Well, it's just great when you do an intro and you realize your voice isn't there. So, hello and welcome back to another Night Owl edition of True Crime Metrix. I'm your host, Jade Kahoover. Okay, whatever. We are covering the Chris Watts interviews today, guys. Now that's with both media and police. So, Shannan's good friend, Nicole, we'll call her Nicole Goodfriend, may have coaxed Chris into giving her these media interviews, knowing that she was letting him walk into a trap, because investigators would surely be watching Chris's media appeals. If anybody has them and they're not safe, I would like them to be safe. Well, I need a hanky right now, Chris. You would like them to be safe. Yeah, I want them to barrel rush me. I want them to bust in the door and barrel rush me, please. Could we have one barrel rush? Okay. 2 kids, 1 barrel rush. Go. Yes, so investigators would surely be watching his media appeals with some scrutiny, having learned already yesterday. This is day 2 of the kind of volcano of events that is happening around Chris. We've got drones in the air, we've got sniffer dogs in the house, cadaver dogs, investigators everywhere, even up his ass, just looking through all his stuff. And of course, he has to act like that's really good because they're finding your wife, right? But investigators already think something is very wrong with Chris. And possibly the media team too. Hello, everybody in the chat. Kim, Mr. Wrong. Hey, you gotta be right twice a day. Riding shotgun. Kim again. Albert, Mary, and StreamYard. Oh no, that's not a user. That's my information. Very good. Very good. Hello, StreamYard. Welcome back. So, pretty busy day yesterday, guys. Pretty busy in the chat. I don't think we've ever had a night like that. And today also, the numbers, they just go up and up and up. Huge numbers. I think this is the most popular video that we've done so far within the first 24 hours. The one that we did yesterday, the Chris Watts one. So I don't know, maybe we could get more than 100 people in the chat today. Plus, we're starting a little later than usual because we are live on location in a place very far away. We would like to remind you all that today's episode is sponsored by Tapioca Sunshine, who put the pudding in a cup near you. Okay, we will be pressing play on Chris's media interview. Check it out. Present, share screen, browse, and which one is it? I think it's this one. Look at him there. He's really got his game face on, hasn't he? Look at him. He looks like he's just about to, run out onto the field of sports.
Chris Watts, WATTS.
What's going on right now around your house?
Right now, it's got K9 units, the sheriff's department. Everybody's like they're doing their best right now to figure out like if they can get a scent, see where they went. If they went on foot, they went in a car, or they went somewhere. And right now, it's just like they've been on point. They're going through the house trying to get a scent, and hopefully they can pick something up to where it's going to lead to something.
What happened? Your wife came home. Tell me what's.
She came home from the airport 2 a.m. and I left around 5:15. She was still here, and like about 12:10, and that.
You have to ask yourself, what would you do in this situation? I mean, yes, I know everyone wants to say, oh, I would never put myself in that situation. Metrix, I would never murder my wife and kids. Okay, but, just as a hypothesis, say you did, and the media were there, and they were saying, hey, we want to do an interview where you appeal for the safe return of your wife and children. What do you come up with without prep? I mean, even if you were doing like an audition for a play and you walked in, and the director was like, okay, I tell you, in this scene, you're going to be on a media report, appealing for the safe return of your wife and kids. Even that would be tough. But this is real. You know, this is for real. This is, if he does this well, he might get away with murder. But if he does it badly, he could get, arrested for murder. Times 4. I mean, how many more murders do you need, Chris?
That afternoon, her friend Nicole showed up at the door. Like, I had texted Shannan a few times that day, called her, say, but she never got back to me, but she wasn't getting back to any of her people as well. And that's what really concerned a lot of people, is like, she's not getting back to her. Like, if she doesn't get back to me, that's fine. Like, she gets busy during the day, but she didn't get back to her people, which was very concerning. And Nicole called me when she was at the door.
What he's trying to do is influential language, right? He's trying to plant seeds that the people will pick up and say, so that's when the suspicion arose. Because if she doesn't get back in touch with you, you guys have your routine, you'll see each other at the end of the day. She knows that she'll be busy, and it's no bother, right? No bother. She doesn't get back in touch with you. So you weren't concerned, were you? But her people, the Thrive people, the direct sales team, the ones that are always on the phone all day, every day, even on the weekend, she wasn't getting back to her people. Look, and he's doing that thing where he's checking to see if they've picked up on it. You can see with his eyes, he's trying to push that narrative. Look.
But she never got back to me, but she wasn't getting back to any of her people as well. And
there. Eyes on. I don't think your eyes would necessarily be on. I mean, they can be anywhere they want, But he is definitely trying to just check if this person interviewing him is showing any sign of, so she wasn't getting back to her people. Now we understand.
What really concerned a lot of people is like, she's not getting back to her. Like, if she doesn't get back to me, that's fine. Like, she gets busy during the day, but she didn't get back to her people, which was very concerning. And Nicole called me when she was at the door, and that's when I came home.
He sort of started over there, didn't he? He sort of shook it off because the person wasn't giving a sign that they were playing along. And then he kind of started it over again. Like, you see? Just ruffle the feathers.
She wasn't getting back to any of her people as well. And that's what really concerned a lot of people, is like, she's not getting back to her. Like, if she doesn't get back to me, that's
there. Shrug it off, pick it up again.
And that's what really concerned a lot of people, is like, she's not getting back to her. Like, if she doesn't get back to me, that's fine. Like, she gets busy during the day, but she didn't get back to her people, which was very concerning. And Nicole called me when she was at the door, and that's when I came home. And then walked in the house, and nothing was vanished. Nothing was here. I mean, she wasn't here. The kids weren't here. Nobody was here.
What's your wife's name?
Shannan. Shannan.
What's your kids?
Bella and Celeste.
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 How old are your daughters?
4. Bella's 4. Celeste is 3.
And so, how many times did you try calling her?
I called her 3 times, texted her about 3 times, just to say, what's going on. Like, because after I called her and texted her once, it was like maybe she was just busy. Like, she had just gotten back. Like, everybody's probably calling her from her trip. She just got back from Arizona, and I figured she was just busy. But when her friend showed up, that's what it was like. It registered like, all right, this isn't right.
Do you think she just took off? Do you think?
I mean, right now, I don't even want to just like throw anything out there. Like, I hope that she's somewhere safe right now.
Yeah.
And
yeah. I love it when people do this. They say, yeah, you know what? I don't want to throw anything out there. Right now, I don't want to throw anything out there. Apart from this really big thing that I'm about to throw out there. After that, we're not throwing anything out at all.
With the kids?
Do you think?
I mean, right now, I don't even want to just like throw anything out there. Like, I hope that she's somewhere safe right now and with the kids. But I mean, could she just taken off? I don't know. But if somebody has her and they're not safe, like, I want them back now. Like, that's what's in my head. Like, if they're safe.
Hey, Chris, what do you mean if somebody has her? Like, you're thinking that she was kidnapped by someone who is holding them for ransom? This isn't a Harrison Ford movie, man. This is real life now. Okay? This is real life, Chris. There's no ransom note coming.
Safe right now, they're going to come back. But if they're not safe right now, that's the not knowing part. Like, if they're not safe.
You see, when an idiot like this has no, like, I mean, people say he's devoid of feeling anyway, but I mean, he's got nothing to feel about in this situation, has he? I mean, as that he's allowed to show. I mean, when you see a parent that is appealing for any news of their child, especially with the children, but obviously wife as well, it really hits you. You witness something and it's like, man, that person is in hell right now. Have we got an example? Can we flip to an example? Maybe I'll come back to it. But yeah, this guy, all he has to work with is what he's seen on TV and the movies, right? So he's thinking, yeah, what was that film with the really upset dad? Yeah. So if I think about that film, I could be a really upset dad. Yeah, good. Do it, Chris.
Last night, I had every light in the house on. I was hoping that I would just ran over by the kids running in the door and just like barrel rushing me, but it didn't happen. And it was just a traumatic night trying to be here.
I bet it was, Chris. He was sat in that house on his own where he killed his wife and dragged her out, and then had that horrific day with all the cops everywhere, dogs, and finally the doors were closed. Curtains closed. Maybe not, I don't know, but he got to sit down, with his thoughts, and then his thoughts were just like, oh my God, that was rough. And, I don't know. It would certainly bother me if I'd be in the room where I killed my wife, just feeling that over again. I mean, what the hell?
I'm going to ask some kind of tough questions about your relationship with your kids.
I mean, my kids are my life. I mean, those my.
So the interviewer is not under any illusion about what his role is in this. He thinks Chris did it. He's not there to appeal. He's there to let Chris think he can appeal and basically give evidence about, his baseline and all that. Yeah.
Miles light up
It's probably a cop, the interviewer.
my life. And there's like, I mean, last night, like during when they usually eat dinner, it was just like, I missed them. Like, I mean, I missed telling them, hey, you got to eat that or you're not going to get your dessert, just like you're not going to get your snack after. I miss that. Like I miss them, cuddle up on their couches. They have like a mini.
I miss that. I mean, if I had any children and they were missing, and I would not be fondly remembering telling them that they're not going to get their snack after one day of them being missing. Even, what the hell? Oh, I missed that, It's just like one of those things you miss, telling your kids that they're not going to get their snack and blah, 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 and they can watch Baba Guppies and blah, 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 blah. I miss that, like I do. I really do. Hey, Chris, how about we try and find the kids?
Mouse couch and the Sophia couch that they cuddle up on and watch, Bubble Guppies or something. And it was just like, I was, it was tearing me apart last night, and I needed that. I needed that last night, and for nobody to be here last night.
Can you imagine him staring at that empty, silent Minnie Mouse chair where the two girls would cuddle up and watch Bubba Guppies? But there were no cuddles on the chair, were there, Chris? No. Your daughters at that moment were in individual giant containers full of crude oil. And why were they there, Chris? Because you stuffed them through a porthole in the top. You sick man. What the hell? What the hell? Yeah, I miss that, you know? It's just like, I really do. I miss it. Chris, you are really bad. You did a really bad thing. Really bad. One of the worst we've seen, Chris.
And to go into their rooms and know that I wasn't going to turn their rain machines on. And I know that I wasn't going to turn their monitor on. I know I wasn't going to kiss them to bed tonight. It was that's why last night was just horrible. I couldn't do it. I want everybody to just come home. Like wherever they're at, come home. That's what I want.
Albert wants me to say chicken. Why do I say it funny? Chicken. It's impossible to say it funny. It's just chicken.
Where was she gone for? She was on. She came back Sunday. You said at 2 at night.
Yeah, because her flight got delayed from Arizona because of like other storms.
Hell no, Mary Bartlett. We don't stop at 900. You can't halt this train. We're rocking all the way to 4 figures by July 1. Okay. And I think we're gonna do it. So yeah, make sure everyone subscribe to the channel because we are so close to 1,000 subscribers, guys. And we just keep putting out the content. Too much. It's crazy.
Storms around the nation. So she's supposed to get home like 11. She got home at like 1:48. She got in bed about 2.
What was she going for? Like family trip or what?
It was a Thrive direct sales. It was a local event that was down there between a bunch of leaders in the company.
And that day she was back. I mean,
I left work early that morning, like 5:15, 5:30. So like she barely.
Hey, thanks so much for the super chat, Kim. It's so early though. I don't even feel like I've earned that yet, but it's really appreciated all the same. Thank you so much.
Barely gotten into bed, pretty much.
And, this might be a tough question, but did you guys get into an argument before she left?
It wasn't like an argument. We had an emotional conversation, but I'll leave it at that. But
yeah, he's going to leave it at that, folks. Chris is leaving it at that. It was an emotional conversation, private, husband and wife stuff, and in the bond of marriage, that promise is sacred. So I cannot repeat. It's our faith. I'm leaving it at that. Okay.
I just want them back. I just want them to come back. And if they're not safe right now, that's what's tearing me apart. Because if they are safe, they're coming back. But if they're not, this has got to stop. Like somebody.
So if they are safe, they're coming back. But if they're not safe, not coming back. So whether or not they come back will define if, when, and where they are safe or not safe. Thanks, Chris. We know you've been up all night watching Bubba Guppies on your Mickey Mouse chair, but pull it together, man.
It has to come forward.
You spoken to her family, like her parents?
Yeah, they've been in constant contact, like every hour. I mean, everybody back in North Carolina and the East Coast. I mean, from Maine to Florida.
What is her parents saying to you? Like,
they're just like,
from Maine to Florida, folks. Who does he know in Maine?
like, if they need to get on a flight, just let them know. Because
no one knows anybody in Maine. And people in Maine don't know anybody else. By the way, guys, you want to check out our map? our super map of United States domination. We got another state today. We are looking, how do I do it? Oh, like this, right? And share this tab. Yeah, look at that. So we got Ohio now. I'm thinking next we should aim for Kentucky. Close that gap right up. Then South Carolina. And I've worked it out why no one's telling us that they're from Idaho or Wyoming or Arkansas or Rhode Island. They don't want to admit it, right? Who's going to volunteer that information and say, yeah, lifelong resident of Wyoming? The shame would be too great, right? So please, everyone from a good state, encourage those people to open up, because we need to close the gaps.
I mean, they feel helpless right now because they're on the opposite side of the country. I mean, Colorado is, I mean, you can't just drive around and look. I mean, it's just like you wouldn't really know what you're looking for. That's what the cops pretty much told me. That first day, I was like, I want to get out and drive around. They said, you wouldn't know what to look for.
I'm only joking, riding.
Questions. What is law enforcement? What have the police or the sheriffs or your neighbors? Is anybody? What's police saying?
Right now, this is what they're doing right now is with the canines in the sense. I think this is the biggest thing. This is the biggest thing they've done so far, because yesterday Federal Police Department did all the searching of the house and try to gather whatever information they could. And with the detectives, officers, and sergeants, and today it's.
Is he developing a lisp? Like Dalia Dippolito? Do you remember when they asked her after she got her lisp, which I think came from having her lips just so rammed full of collagen that they almost fell off? But they asked her, the news reporter asked her, describe yourself with 3 words. And she said, thweet, sophisticated. Oh, no, what was it? Thweet? It was 3 words that you couldn't say properly if you had a lisp. It was like listening to Sylvester the Cat.
They did the Federal Police Department did all the searching of the house and try to gather whatever information they could. And with the detectives, officers, and sergeants, and today it's, I mean, obviously with all the activity that's around, it's there's a lot going on around here, and I really hope that all this can lead to something positive.
What did your neighbors, did they see anything that you've never seen?
No, like we've the police department went door to door asking, like, cameras and everything, just like nothing.
And my last question, if you have any though, so feel free to set them. My last question is, if your wife can see this, if she can watch these, what would you like to tell your wife and your kids?
Shannan, Bella, Celeste, if you're out there, just come back. Like, if somebody has her, just please bring her back. I need to see everybody. I need to see everybody again. This house is not complete with.
I'd love to cut to the scene in some motel room where this kidnapper is watching the TV. He's got Shannan gagged and hog-tied on the bed. The kids are tied up as well. And he's watching this, and he goes, and Chris says, please bring them back. Hey, look, I've changed my mind. Get in the car. We'll take you back. The good-hearted kidnapper.
Without anybody here. Please bring it back.
That's it. I can take that mic off you.
This house is not complete without anyone here. Well, is that relevant, Chris? It's a house. They come, they go. I wonder who lives there now, huh? I bet they got a sweet deal Or maybe the price goes up. I bet you get a lot of, with a case this high profile, you get all sorts of whack jobs looking at it, wanting to collect the house where someone was murdered. I mean, what the hell? What do you think about that, guys? Does the price go up or down on a high profile murder, family annihilator house that goes back to the bank? And, it's not like they're going to knock it down, is it? Do you remember that case out of Oklahoma? Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, where those two boys just butchered their entire family, and the people of Broken Arrow were like, "Listen," saying to the city, the town hall or whatever, "You need to tear the house down." And the city were like, "No, no, no, that will cost a lot of money, and there was all trouble, there was protests, and eventually I think the townsfolk just went and burnt it down. Yeah, that's coming together, isn't it? We're just gonna go and burn it down. There's a peace garden there now. Or there was. Do those things ever work out? It's probably just full of crackheads like any other peace garden. Winos. Welcome everybody in the chat. So good to see so many of you already. Welcome. Remember, guys, to like, share, leave a comment, and subscribe to the channel, because this is just episode 2 of our Chris Watts extravaganza. Okay, so he gave a second interview as well. I don't know which one was first, to be honest. I think the other one was the first, actually.
Most important thing, like, I'm not sure. I'll just wait for you to ask questions, but like, I want them wherever they're at. Like, I have no inclination to where they're at right now. Like, I've exhausted like every friend that I know of, and every friend that I have has called friends that Shannan has that maybe I didn't know about, and it's just like it's vanished. Like,
I wonder what those calls were like, huh? They must have been when the friend is calling another friend, they must be like, what do you think about Chris then? Do you think he did something? Do you think he's killed them or something? And the other people are like, no, normal Chris, nice guy, normal Chris, he wouldn't. And the other person's like, I don't know, I was just over there and he's acting weird. He's really weird. He doesn't seem concerned. He looks like he knows something. Maybe we should tell the cops.
like, she's not, like, when I got home yesterday, it was like a ghost town. Like, she wasn't here. Kids weren't here. I have no idea like where they went.
Yeah, I bet it was like a ghost town, Chris. That's a good descriptor. A ghost town. Yeah, with ghosts. Just like the sound of your laughing kids. Even made even louder by the absence of that sound. Yeah, I bet it was spooky. Kind of stomach turning as well, huh, Chris? Baba Guppies.
And it's just earth shattering. I don't feel like this is even real right now. It's like a nightmare that I just can't wake up from.
Chris, when did you learn that they weren't here?
I guess, well, I texted her a few times, called her, I didn't get a response, which that was a little off. And then her friend Nicole showed up about a little afternoon. I could see it on the doorbell camera. And I was like, hey, what's going on? She's like, I can't get a hold of Shannan. And that's when I was just like, all right, something's not right. If she's not answering the door, she said the car was here. It's like, I gotta go home. And we got here, got inside, and
all you people defending Wyoming, what about Rhode Island? That's even better.
Nobody was here. Nothing.
If Wyoming is God's home, no, if Wyoming is God's house, then Rhode Island is God's holiday home, his cabin.
So I read that Shannan hadn't taken girls to school, which is unusual.
Yeah, because like Bella was going to start kindergarten next Monday, and they were just getting ready to start back again.
And so, what kind of So your friend Nicole kind of tipped you off at something.
Yeah, because like she was here at the front door, and that's when I kind of knew, okay, like if she's not answering anybody else either, this isn't like her. Because I mean, she works at direct sales business, and that's that's what she does. And for her not to respond to any of her people, that, I mean, if she doesn't respond to me, that's fine. I mean, like, she's busy, she's got stuff going on, but not to respond to her people, though, that was not like her.
Chris, you've got a beautiful family, you know, and it looks like you all love each other very much. What went through your mind?
Hey, Carly Chase, did you send me some emails the other day? I haven't had a chance to go through them yet, but thanks if that was you. If anyone else would like to send us an email, you can do that at truecrimemetrics@gmail.com.
The minute kind of you're like, something's wrong.
Like, I was trying to get home as fast as I can. I was blowing through stoplights. I was blowing through everything, just trying to get home as fast as I can, because none of this made sense. Like, if she wasn't here, like...
What do you mean you were trying to get home as fast as you can, Chris? You were 45 minutes out, and then they waited 45 minutes to get in, and then they called you again, and you told them that you'd be 45 minutes. You didn't come home as quickly as possible. You were stalling. You were stalling, hoping they would go away. You didn't want to face the problem head on, but then they called the cops, and you thought you better show up. But you were really unprepared, and it showed, man. So don't tell us that you got home as quickly as possible. You were in the 45-minute Colorado loop.
Where did she go? Like, once I got here, it was like, all right, who can I call? Who do I know that she could be with right now? If she went to a friend's house, where could she be staying? And we went through everybody. I mean, just everything in my contact list and her friend's contact list, and nothing has come up. Everybody has said like they haven't heard from her either. I'm just hoping right now that she's somewhere safe, and maybe she's there. But right now it's just like, if she's vanished, like, I want her back.
Matilda says, it's really hard to fake innocence. Well, maybe, but I'd do a better job than this, believe me. You know, it's not hard to do a better job than this. This is the worst one ever. This is like, just, he's not even giving himself an out like he's a mental case or something. It's just, well, you look guilty. We think it was you, Chris. Hey, Chris, got an alibi, Chris?
Okay, I want those kids back so bad.
You know, I wanted to ask you a little bit about the hard part. Your first thought is, where are they? I want them back. Your second thought is, you know, your friends were telling us, and we kind of heard me a little on the phone. You're also, your second thought is that you're afraid people think you may have done something.
Yeah, I mean, not everybody's gonna have their own opinion on anything like this. I just want people to know that I want my family back. Like, I want them safe, and I want them here. Like, this house is not the same. I mean, last night was traumatic. Last night was...
Again with the house. He's attributing his, you know, like, because he can't really express his own feelings, he's saying the house is not complete. You know, the house has been really upset. The house has been, you know, just so worried all night. And the house wants everyone to come home.
I can't really stay in this house again, like, with nobody here. And last night I wanted that knock on the door. I wanted to see this kid just running, just barrel rush me.
Kurt, yeah, Wendy's not that good at it either, but she has other tricks that somewhat compensate. I'm going to have a think about this, guys, and see if I can find in my mind excuse me, a good example. Someone who's doing it well. I'm sure there's one out there. I'm sure I can think of one. God knows I watch enough of them.
Just give me a hug and knock me on the ground. But that didn't happen.
Who are you going to stay with tonight?
Probably my friends Nick and Amanda. Just, I mean, and then if something develops in the next hours or so, like I'm hoping that somebody sees something or somebody knows something and comes forward.
What's the hardest part of all of this?
Not knowing, like if they're safe or if they're in trouble. Like there's just that variable. Like I'm not sure. I mean, I can't do anything right now from where I'm at. Like I'm not sure if they're safe somewhere, just huddle up somewhere.
I can't do anything from where I'm at. So, if they're in danger, I guess that's too bad. Because, I can't do anything from where I'm at. So let me know if anything comes up.
Or if they're in trouble. And knowing that if they could be in trouble, it's earth-shattering right now. And it doesn't feel like it's real.
The weird part of all this, it sounds like everything's kind of locked up. There's no signs of them leaving the house.
No, like we have camera there, neighbor has a camera. Everything's checked out.
Do you have a camera in there?
The doorbell, only right there. The neighbor has one over there.
Were all the doors around the house locked?
Front door was locked. The garage door was unlocked, but that's normal for, like, when she comes in the house, she leaves it unlocked just so she can come in and out, just in case, they get in the garage door, but the back sliding door was locked as well.
So how would she have left the house if she did leave the house? Or anybody?
I don't want to put anything out there, like just suspecting, like if something like somebody pulled in the back, and because we have a driveway back there from the new townhomes, but it's so hard to tell. Like there's no cameras in the backyard or anything like that, so it's really hard to even suspect anything right now as far as how she could have left, or if someone came picked her up, or if somebody took her.
Meanwhile, today's reality, you've got cops there, cops here, cops in your house, K9 units.
I've never seen something like this in my lifetime unless it was on TV or a movie, and this doesn't seem real at all.
Yeah,
it just seems like
that's the problem, Chris, is because you're trying to emulate what you've seen on TV or in a movie, which isn't anything like real life. Even a really good movie, even a really well-acted movie, it's dramatized. It's made to be on the screen. Real life is different. And you can't even do the movie version well.
like I'm living in a nightmare and I can't get out of it. I just want them home so bad.
Did you see your kids and your wife whenever, or you had the kids? I forgot.
Yeah, I had the kids over the weekend.
Did you see your wife when she got home?
She got home really late, about 2 a.m. from the airport when she got back from Arizona.
Did you wake up and say,
No, I saw her when she got in, but it was really quick just because it was 2 a.m. in the morning. But I saw the kids in the monitor before I left, and that was it.
What kind of efforts are happening right now, Chris, to find them?
Right now, in Frederick Police Department, they've been on point. With the officers, detectives, sergeants, K9 units here, they're getting sense. So hopefully they can pick up something. And
yeah, we've got officers, detectives, sergeants. I think I saw a lieutenant, a couple of majors, and what else is there? Captain. There was a captain here at about 1 o'clock. He's gone to lunch now.
kind of go in a direction that will actually lead us to where maybe they're at right now.
And
Shannan went to. Where'd you get that shirt?
Oh, this is I think she got it off Amazon, but this is my favorite college sports team.
Wasn't she just there?
She was just in North Carolina. Yep. So she actually probably got it from there. Usually she gets stuff from Amazon, but this one, I like these shirts a lot.
We believe you, Chris. You're really enthusiastic about the shirt. I mean, I like those shirts too. I would love to have. Well, you see, I'll never be able to wear that shirt now. God, does anyone in the chat have that exact shirt? That'd be weird, wouldn't it? I don't think I could wear it again.
you guys, you you love your friend. Describe your little girls to us, and you know.
So it's Celeste, she's just a ball of energy. She's call her Rampage because she's just always she's got 2 speeds.
This is a little script Chris pulls out, right? This is probably exactly word for word what he told Nicole Kessinger when she found out he had kids. Well, we've got Celeste, you know, she's a little ball of energy. We call her Rampage, and yeah, she's a tiger. She's the kind of kid that will just jump out of the window if you don't watch. And then Bella is more like me, reserved, caring, like me, very caring.
Go where she's sleeping. And she's always a troublemaker. She's always the one like.
This is so scripted. He's said this to everybody he knows. Hear it again. He's not thinking. He's reciting.
Describe your little girls to us, and you know.
So it's Celeste, she's just a ball of energy. She's call her Rampage because she's just always she's got 2 speeds, go or she's sleeping. And she's always a troublemaker.
That's 2 speeds. She's got 3 speeds. Go or she's sleeping. How is that 3 speeds? What the hell?
She's always the one like jumping off things, you know, and just yelling at you and all kinds of things. And Bella, she's the more calm, cautious, mothering type. And she's more like me. She's more calm. But Celeste has definitely got her mom's personality to where she's always just gung-ho, ready to go.
Because of a baby on the way.
Mm-hmm.
You're about to have a third child.
Mm-hmm.
Is that kind of going through your mind right now too?
It's like that's why I want everybody back. That's why I need everybody back here. I need everybody safe.
Wow. And you got that 3rd child on the way, haven't you, Chris? Is that sort of on your mind, Chris? Did you have a sonogram yet, Chris?
I think I'm good.
Well, Mr. Watts. Okay, just before we move on to the interrogation, the main event of tonight's show, guys, Graham Coder, FBI agent, who is fantastic. You know, I put him probably as far as his ability to, you know, do those tactics, turn up heat, turn it down, just like he's got a control board in front of him and he's tweaking the dials, you know. It's like a machine. I put him probably second to Detective Sergeant Jim Smith as pure ability to you know, play these tactics like an instrument. You know, it's a very, very good interview. But before we move on to that, guys, if anyone would like to support the channel, there's a link to buymeacoffee.com in the description for this video. There's super chat, super thanks, super like, super sticker on the YouTubes. And also we've included social networks, guys. We've got the Instagram, we've got the Twitter, we've got the Facebook and the Discord, all in the description for this video. So we're going to be building that on those platforms as well. So if there's any, are we allowed to call it Twitter anymore? I don't know about this X thing. I really missed the colors of Twitter, and not that I ever used it, but I saw it around. And the blue was nice. The bird was nice. The name was nice. Now it's just X with black. Every time I want to close the tab, I'm clicking the X logo. You know. Anyway, Twitter in the description. Facebook in the description. Instagram in the description. Discord in the description. Support the channel on buymeacoffee.com, where you can buy us a coffee.com in the description. Super chat, super thanks, super like, super sticker on the YouTubes. And yeah, we'll move on to the This one. Look at this, guys. Check it out. So Graham, this is after the interviews with the press, and Graham Coder says, "Hey, Chris, because you want to help us find your wife and kids, why don't you come and do an interview with me, and then we'll learn all about, Shannan, and, we'll know the questions to ask Chris. Don't worry, Chris. We know you didn't do anything, Chris."
Probably,
Yep.
Do you have a preference?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Mary Bartlett, Jim Smith, and it's Smith with a Y, which is unusual. He is the detective sergeant for the Ontario Provincial Police of their forensic psychology department. Well, he's an investigator, but the OPP is famous for having a very, very good, I don't know, training program for their investigative detectives. And Jim Smith is incredible. He's the guy that interviewed Colonel Russell Williams, who we will be covering on this channel. So make sure everyone subscribes to the channel so you don't miss when we do Colonel Russell Williams, the guy that was going around. He was the colonel for CFB Trenton, Canadian Forces Base Trenton, which is Canada's largest military base, air base. He was the pilot. He was the main man for Canada's biggest base. I mean, how high up do you need to be? And he had a hobby. He was just going around at night in a balaclava, breaking into women's houses and trying on their underwear and taking pictures of himself wearing their underwear. And then he'd leave. And then, it went on and on and on and on. And like most people who dip their toe into the river of depravity, it creates a thirst. And he needed more. So, he progressed to rape and eventually murder, killing 2 women. But not when Jim Smith got him. Because Jim Smith just really got him in the interview. And it was fantastic. So that's who Jim Smith is.
All right, I'm going to go make a copy of this so we can look at it together. You guys on order and food on that?
I'm looking on where I'm good.
You gotta go?
I'm fine right now. Thank you.
Alright, let's do this. I'm gonna sit next to you so we're looking at it together. So what I want to do is, we have a bunch of people coming in, from your neighborhood. Somebody saw something, somebody knows where these kids are. And I keep saying kids, I'm sorry, kids in your life. And I should say, I work these quite a bit, and so tonight, if I make one of those mistakes when I say kids instead of your wife and kids, I apologize. We work it a lot, and so I apologize if something comes out wrong or, anyway. So, I know you're going through a lot, so we're not going to keep you here.
So this guy has really great tactics. What he's just done there is say, "Oh, listen, we work so many of these cases. If I get confused and think that you're the guy that's missing a kid and not your wife and 2 kids, and I accidentally say kid, please don't be offended. It's just I work so many of these that it's hard to keep track." Do you think this guy's losing track and forgets that there's a missing wife and 2 kids? No. But he's trying to make Chris think that he's disorganized, messing it all up, can't keep it straight, because then Chris would be less fearful of him, right? Chris might start to think, yeah, I can outsmart this guy. He can't even remember if it's 1 kid or 2. Graham can Agent Coda. Agent Coda can remember just fine, buddy.
Can we go through this? So, okay, let's see, 148 doorbell detecting visitor. What does that mean?
So the doorbell has a camera on it when you get up to a certain proximity, and when you ring it, it detects a visitor.
Okay. People are already distracting me out here.
Oh.
So in fact, why don't we do this? So I work a lot of stuff like this in bank robberies, and when I talk to, a witness at a bank robbery, sometimes I find it best for them to just say, tell me what happened, get it all out, and once you get it out, let's go over it, okay? So just get it all out as far as this. Tell me exactly what you remember, and I'll take notes about where we can go.
Okay. So this 1:48 a.m.
Let me switch chairs. Because when they come knocking.
Love this guy. He's just like, hey, what about this? Sometimes when I'm interviewing a witness of a bank robbery, I'll say, hey, let's just get it all out. Just get it all out, and then we'll see what we can do. So why don't we get it all out, Chris, and I'll take notes about where we can go. None of that is necessary to say. But he's creating an air of togetherness, right? He's saying, hey, what about this for an idea, buddy? Let's get it all out. Let's just get it all out. And that wording as well, that's also an encouragement, isn't it? I used to work for a guy who would never say, do you understand? Or do you get it? He'd say, are you with me? Are you with me? He would only use that phrase. And when you say yes, you're agreeing that you're with him, And it's like, I always thought that was a good little trick.
Do you need more water?
No,
I brought you Gatorade.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
All right. So 1:48 a.m. doorbell detects the visitor. So when we were over at the neighbor's house, the next day we were looking at his camera as well, and it didn't show anybody walking up to the
Yeah, that's right, Mrs. D. And you should know.
driveway, which is kind of weird. That's one reason I put that on there, because it showed Nicole dropping her off, but nobody actually walking up to the house. It was kind of weird, but she was in the house.
Okay.
So,
and what time are we talking?
This is still 1:48.
Okay.
So, 2 a.m. Shannan gets in bed with me. 4 a.m.
Hi, Alice. It's no trouble at all.
That's when my alarm goes off for work, and I'm seeing get dressed, brush my teeth, everything I do upstairs.
Okay.
4:15. That's when I get back, slide right into bed next to her, and start having a conversation with her about having the house up for sale and talking about stuff like actually proceeding with the separation. Okay. And obviously it gets pretty emotional, like we're talking about, like we felt the disconnection was there, like falling out of love and trying to stay together, maybe just for the kids' sake, but we're realizing that doing like our homework, it's not, most of the time that's not going to work.
Yeah.
That's okay, Mary. You don't need to, you don't need to leave a super chat, super sticker, super like. You can just like the video or I think you're subscribed already. But if you really want to make a donation and help support the channel, there's a link in the description to buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. And it's just the same thing, but yeah, it's there. It's in the description.
And it gets pretty rough because we have 2 beautiful kids and we have 1 on the way. So it's just a matter of like, it was very emotional. We were both crying. And at the end, we just said, she said she was going to take the kids to her friend's house for the day. She would be back. Okay.
Chris is telling this story. He thinks he's looking like a truth teller, right? He thinks he's looking like a big truth teller because he's like, we had an emotional conversation and it was very emotional. And we were both crying and obviously we have 2 beautiful kids, one on the way, and we were crying. And but when he's telling this story, he's almost acting like that they're not going to be breaking up. Like if it were me, I'd be in there saying, look, man, I mean, I don't know what the hell is going on here. Things haven't been good between us recently, and longer than recently, if I'm honest. But there's been major clashes. This thing in North Carolina recently, my parents and her just do not get along, and it's just, it's got to the point now where we're gonna split, and it was my decision. And I sat her down, I explained it to her, and she flipped. She completely flipped. I'd never seen her like that. I'd never seen her like that, and now I am insanely worried about where she is. Do I think someone took her? No, she's got out of that house somehow to punish me for this, and I'm actually concerned about what she's going to be doing to the kids. Yes, she's a fantastic mother, but I've never seen her like that before, man. It was like a different person. She lost it. That would be better, right? That would be better. She's been on this new medication. It's not really working well for her. The doctors have been trying to fine tune that, but it's, she's psychotic. Okay. Now, what can we do to find her and the kids?
And so I went downstairs, made my protein shake. It was a 5 a.m. That's when I did that. Packed my lunchbox.
No, this guy just lacks an imagination, right? I mean, just doesn't. 5 a.m. protein shake. And what else did I do? Well, I packed my lunchbox and
oatmeal, chicken, filled my water jug up. 5:15, I went outside, backed my truck up, loaded up. Had my book.
What the fuck? He's telling us what's in the lunchbox? Yeah, it was oatmeal, cold chicken. There was some sliced up cucumber. Yeah, probably about 8 slices of cucumber. And low-fat, non-fat Greek style yogurt, and bottle of water.
Book bag, my lunchbox, computer, water jug, my big clear container. I put big clear containers in.
Of course, what he's really doing is, any opportunity he gets to read out the long list of stuff that he had to pack for work that day. It's so that when they see on the neighbor's doorbell camera him going back and forth from the house to the truck 85 times to go to work, he's like, my O-rings, my pipe wrench set, my water jug. I have a small water jug and big, and
my truck so easy just to pull out.
So that when the cops see him going back and forth 85 times in 20 minutes, they're like, oh yeah, okay, well, obviously he must have forgotten the O-rings and had to go back.
And just depending on what I'm going to use, my O-ring kit. I knew I was going to do some stuffing box rubbers that day, so I got some various open wrenches from my toolbox. I know those will work better than the ones they would give me. Okay. 5:30, that's when I went to work. Okay. And
it's just amazing to me. I mean, if Graham Coder was like not just letting Chris hang himself as much as possible, I think he'd urge Chris to skip ahead of this list, this itinerary, to something that's relevant, Well, we had some cold chicken from Sunday, so I packed some of that in my lunchbox with the cucumber slices, 8 slices. little lunchbox full of raisins. Just plain, not chocolate. No, I've been on this diet, so no chocolate raisins for me. Just a protein shake.
From Shannan for about 2 hours there. So at 7:40, I texted her and asked her if she could tell me where the kids were if she took them anywhere. Okay. Nothing. Okay.
Absolutely, Jane Smith. There's not a doubt in Graham Coder's mind. He's not here to help Chris. He's under no illusion that it's not Chris. No, I mean, no one is since yesterday. I mean, Shannan's friend Nicole knew instantly, even before Chris got back.
At 12, I texted her again, called me, nothing. And then about 12:10 p.m., that's when my doorbell visitor, it read another visitor, and I was like, hey, it popped up on my phone, and it says it was Nicole. And I tried to put it on my phone to see if like she's just trying to get in or whatnot. And I hear like she's on the phone trying to, I could hear her on through my phone saying she's trying to get through Shannan. So that's when I called her. I called her at 12:20, see what was going on. She told me that Shannan hadn't responded to any of her calls all day or any of her friends' calls all day. Okay. And that's very strange, just because, I mean, she doesn't get back to me, that's fine. You know, like she gets busy with kids, whatever. So if she doesn't get back to her people, like the people like she works with direct sales. Okay. So if she doesn't get back with them, that's strange. And she just has to answer the phone. For them, yeah, like all the time. Okay. Yeah. Because for me, it's just like, hey, wait, I'll see you later. So about 12:40, a few more efforts from Nicole to reach her while she's there, like outside the house. Mm-hmm. And at 1 o'clock, that's when I left, and I was like, all right, I'm on my way down there. 2 o'clock when I got home, because they couldn't get in because the front door had a top latch. These kids didn't stay. Nicole and the police officer that was there. Okay. Oh, right. Okay, gotcha. So they couldn't get in because top latch on the front door was hinged, and the keypad on the outside does not work to get in the garage. So they had to wait till I got there so I can get the remote open. Okay. So that's when I got home. I opened the garage door and we went inside the house and looked everywhere. Shannan, Bella, Celeste, nowhere to be found. Shannan's wedding ring's on her nightstand. Her phone's still on the couch. Her purse is still there. Medicine for the kids is still there. The car seat is still there. And there's no sign of them anywhere. Okay. 3 o'clock. The police officer, detective, Howard, right? Oh, yes. Butcher's name every time. I'm asking Nicole and I, questions about where she could have gone or who she could be with. At about 4 o'clock, the police officer that was there, he was checking neighbor security footage. At 5 p.m., the same police officer, detective, and then sergeant, another officer, they showed up and they searched the house again. About 6 o'clock, I began calling around to anyone that I could, that may know something, called hospitals and hotels. 7:30.
Yeah, Matilda, I wasn't going to mention that, but because everyone mentions that, the subtle way that Graham Coder moved Chris to the chair further away from the door was very well timed, though. Oftentimes, like with Sarah Boone, they say, sit in that yellow chair over there, furthest from the door, so that the suspect will feel that if they want to leave the room, they have to go through the detective, not physically, but they are seen as an obstacle. This same exact thing happens in, face-to-face sales. Graham is the guy closing the deal, and Chris is the sucker.
My friend Nick and Men showed up to show support, and then on his friends showing up. So Lauren, Dave, Jeremy, and 10 o'clock pretty much about laid down, but I didn't go to bed till probably like 2 a.m. just because he was in text and calls all night. Okay. And I was just hoping that, I left all the lights on in the house, I was hoping that I'd get a knock on the door. But yeah, nothing happened. Yeah, but nothing happened. What do you think happens? At first, I really thought maybe she was just at somebody's house, just decompressing. Yeah. But after today, like with the onslaught of all the cars, I mean, all the police cars, all the news, all the canine units, it's making me lean the other direction about someone took her.
Okay.
But it's just, if someone took her, it would have to have been someone she knew. Because there's no sign of anything like being disturbed, broken.
Mm-hmm.
Well, look who it is. Yeah, we've saved you a seat, Christina, but only just. Yeah, good to see you. Hi.
But like that's the way I'm leaning now. At first, I thought for real she was just decompressing somewhere. I mean, I thought she was safe, even though everything in the house was left there. But now it's just after the day with the news crews and everything, it feels more the other direction, and it's freaking me out because I have no idea where they are.
Okay. If you could think of anything that we could do to find them, what would it be?
I mean, everything that I've exhausted so far is like people that have car seats because she left the car seats, and she would never just. I mean, Bella could sit in a regular booster chair that because she's about that time.
Yeah, Chris has been busy the whole night making a list with all the people that have car seats. I mean, if you really needed them, I've gone on about how, hey, you know what? You know what's possible? To transport kids in a vehicle without a car seat. Wendy Adelson was going on about this. Oh my God! How are we're going to have to get the car seats back in. All right, well, it's an excellent rule of thumb to follow on a daily basis. You never know when you might get into a wreck. And of course, a small child will be safer in a seat that is designed, to be safer for a smaller person. But if it's just once, you can put them on in the footwell, or just on the chair, or on an adult's lap. It's not like, we've got a car and we've got these kids, but there's just no way to get them in the car unless there is a car seat. I don't get it.
Celeste isn't quite there yet, but all people that I know that have cars, I mean, they've contacted me. I mean, unless it's, I mean, there's definitely a chance of somebody I don't know of being a guy or a girl. I mean, and she has plenty of friends through like direct sales that.
Hey, Carly Chase says, yes, Metrix. You like diversion. Oh, I thought that said division. I was going to say that I've always been very keen on subtraction and multiplication, but this is diversion. Which diversion is that?
I've never met that could have a kid that they come and just say, you know, let's go, like just back up in the back, put them in, let's go. But I wouldn't have the name, I wouldn't know who they are. Okay. And this is like, that's what's driving me nuts. It's like when I told the news crew, like if she's out there, like just come home. Like who if someone has her, or like not just has her, but she's at somebody's house and she's just decompressing, it's time to come back.
And I want to send a special message to everyone in the chat, and I want to say, if you ever catch me using the term decompressing, I want you to take out a Remington 303 rifle and blow my fucking head off. I can't stand this. Brian Laundrie was all saying it as well. Oh yeah, I thought she would decompress. Yeah, just and the cop was saying, yeah, my wife is crazy as well, and whenever she says something out of line, I say, get in the shower, get in the shower and decompress. I can't stand it.
Now this is real.
Okay,
This has gone to a different level.
absolutely. Okay. Do you have an inkling of if it's good or bad?
Yesterday, I would have thought that she was safe.
Which what is chauvinistic, Carly? The decompressed thing? I think so. It seems to have this undertone of, oh look, there's a woman, there's a crazy woman being a woman and probably hormonal and stressed, and she needs to decompress. Get in the shower.
And it was good that she would come home. Today, it's more on the other side. I don't think that she would let it get this far if she was just decompressing somewhere. I mean, she's not talking to anybody. As far as, I mean, and people that have reached out to me that I haven't talked to in like a year.
Maybe it's because he works in the oil fields, and I suppose he's always going out to those big rigs and decompressing them, or letting the gases escape or something. I don't know. He's picked it up from his business.
That are friends with her. Like one of her like best friends, Mark Judy, lives in Florida. She works in the police department down in Miami, and she called me today. Like that's one of her friends she would confide in.
Oh, okay. So and she hasn't heard anything.
Nothing.
And nobody's heard anything.
Her parents, I mean, she doesn't like talking to her mom, but still, her mom calls her enough that she would at least answer once.
Yeah. And if she's, I mean, I'm married, I know how it is. If she's hacked off at her husband, would she call him off?
She would call one of the friends that contacted me.
Okay.
At least one of them, because she has a close knit group.
Okay.
But the fact that none of them know anything.
Darn that predictable human pattern-based behavior, Chris. Huh? That must be what all of her friends are picking up on, because Shannan would have called one of her close friends, if you'd been a dick, right? And she hasn't. And none of her friends have seen her. Yeah, pesky, repeatable, recognized, pattern-based human behavior, isn't it, Chris? Damn.
Thing is very strange, because one of them would have said something by now, seeing what this is escalated to.
Is it possible that her close-knit group isn't close with you and there is somebody who knows where
Seeing what this has escalated to, let's just have a little recap about what this has escalated to. This is a multi-state federal agency involvement, multiple department search case. It's on every news station in America right now. The FBI are in here. We've got drones in the air, dogs on the ground. The whole neighborhood from Frederick to Denver has been canvassed, with a tooth comb. Every surveillance monitor has been tracked and scanned. I mean, it has escalated quite a bit, hasn't it, Chris? What did you think was going to happen? That people would go, oh, she went to a play date and didn't come back? Well, okay. Oh, she never contacted her mother and father again? Okay. Idiot.
she is right now.
I don't think so, because I mean, Nicole she's very close with Nicole, and the way Nicole is acting right now, as far as how emotional she gets, there's no way like she knows.
What does that mean?
There's no way like she would know like where she is if she knew.
Carly, the cops already know about the mistress. I mean, Chris kept all the nudie pics, all of the tit pics and dick pics that he was exchanging with his mistress in a secret app on his phone that looked like a calculator, but was actually a picture gallery for when you want to hide things from your wife. And the cops know about that because they just look. They said, "Oh, mind if we download all the information on your phone?" And they said, "What's this app here? It says it's a calculator, but it doesn't look right." And they said, "Well, that's a secret image app with a load of tit pics and dick pics on there." And then, also the mistress, Nicole Kessinger, came forward to police and said, "Hey, I've been the mistress and I think something's really wrong." We're going to get to her interview. We're not going to say too much about Nicole yet. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel so you don't miss the Nicole Kessinger interview. Frankly, I'm not looking forward to it because she has a voice that makes me want to pull my ears off. Just straight off.
Oh, so you're saying if Nicole knew?
Yeah, Nicole knew, like, the way she's acting right now, she's as freaked out as I am.
Okay.
So there's no way, like, she would know where she is if she knew.
Do you know Nicole that well?
I'm decent. She's been over at our house a good amount of time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And you've obviously spoken with Nicole?
Oh, yeah.
And you don't have any weird feelings from her?
No, she was there at the house. Like, she was the one that was ringing the doorbell trying to.
Hey, Chris, do you think Nicole might have done something to Shannan and the kids? Do you think she might have them tied up? She's taken them out to that warehouse in Patterson and has them tied up, Chris.
See what's going on.
Okay. Do you have a sense that the police here, or the FBI here, do you have a sense that we have a good enough list of people to call and check with? So
I think so, because I've gone through my entire phone. I know Nicole's gone through her entire phone. Amanda, anybody that lives here that knows Shannan, they pretty much have the same contact list.
Okay.
So if there's somebody that's not on my phone, it's on theirs.
Okay. Has somebody, I think the police have Nicole's, or I'm sorry, your wife's phone, right?
Yes.
And I don't want to pronounce her name wrong, Shannan? Shannan, okay. So the police have Shannan's phone.
Yep.
Do they have your phones? Have they looked at your phones?
I don't think so.
Okay. Can they run that out and have?
Again, Graham Coder's not getting that name wrong because he doesn't know. He wants to make Chris think that he's a bumbling idiot. What's her name? Shannan? And how many kids is it? Are there kids? Which case is this?
Have them look real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any password I'm going to run into?
3307.
3307?
3387.
3387. Are there any other phones you can check? Okay. When they look at this, what's the best thing that they can do to, I don't know, to say, look for these contacts, look for this Instagram, look for this Snapchat.
So like the only thing on here that I would say is going to be weird because our contact list is the same.
Oh, you guys have a shared contact?
Yeah, like
every Google.
Yeah, it's like I'm like all the what drove me nuts is that when she like downloaded to the cloud, it multiplied or duplicated.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah, so this is the same person over and over
10
again.
people over. Oh, okay.
So we have the same contact.
Okay. So I'm going to run this out.
Okay.
So 330 or 3387. And I really want them to just not physically rip this phone apart, but really dive in.
Okay.
And are you okay with that? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to hand this off to somebody. Okay. All right. I'll be right back. That's 3387. Is that 3387? Are there any other phones at home we can look at?
That's the only ones I know of. It's hers and mine.
Computers.
There's a laptop that barely uses it.
Okay. Where's the laptop?
In the office.
At home?
Yep.
Okay. I think that, I'm sorry that I'm catching up here. This always happens. The police are the first people to get a call. Then when it's serious like this with missing kids, then a day or two later we come in. So I'm sorry, I'm playing catch up. It's always good to repeat it though. So laptop at home, does it have a password?
I don't think so. It might, but that's one she uses.
Okay.
In her office.
Do you have any idea?
I have an idea what the password could be.
Okay.
It's like 428 4915 capital S lowercase W.
Voo para mais de 80 destinos.
That's their main password.
4284915 invoice. Somebody's that you put. And we'll probably bring an invoice. Is that okay? Okay, so they don't have it now, the cops don't have it now. Okay. So laptops. Any other, like a Fitbit, is there, tablets?
iPad, but I have not found that.
Does she have it?
I've not found it yet. She has it, but I haven't seen it in the house.
Okay, so possibly she has it?
Possibly.
Oh, okay. When did you buy that?
Ooh, that was a long time ago.
Good for you, Carly. What's the other 75%?
And so is it a full-on iPad, like?
Yep.
That you could use it to like,
Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi? Could you use it to navigate to an address?
You could text from it.
Oh, okay. So then if it's possible and she has it and she's somewhere hurt or somewhere that we can't find her, she can't, in other words, could we somehow track that? Does that GPS?
It has to be sent to the Wi-Fi for it to actually.
Oh, so it's not like a phone then, it's a,
No.
okay.
She has a watch as well, but I have not found that.
She has like a
Apple Watch.
Apple Watch, okay. Do you know where that is?
I've not found it.
Okay, so you have Vilnius, Dublin, and Lisbon. Well, those are 3 great cities.
It's not on the charger.
And it's not at your house that you can tell? Okay. Do you think the password for the iPad's the same?
No, it'd probably be 2385.
238. Is that common for her?
Yes.
And what
On a
about,
4-digit it is.
okay. What about for her Apple Watch?
23.
Yeah, Mary. A lot of people see this Chris Watts character as the like older brother of Brian Laundrie, and I can really get on board with that. See if I can show a picture to you guys.
238. Okay. I don't have an Apple Watch. Is that one where you have to unlock it usually? Okay. And does she usually have a password?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
On her phone, it's different because it's 6 digits, but
Okay. What's your phone?
it's going to be 013119
Is that a birthday or something?
of the next baby.
Yeah, look at that. They could be twins. Or like Chris is the older brother. Isn't that weird? And on a personality level as well. I mean, I think Brian was more obviously dark, as in dark traits, but they're both bad, aren't they? And both stranglers of women. Interesting.
So she's, and again, this is probably something that the cops in the other room know about. If she's due in January, she's 4 or 5 months pregnant.
And she was 14, 15 weeks.
Okay. All right. So you guys know sex with the baby?
Yeah, Carly, I enjoyed doing the Gabby Petito stream. Anyone wants to check that out, it's available on our channel page. I think it might be worth looking for some more content to put out about that case. It's a bit of an unusual one for us to cover because, you know, there was no trial, there was no interrogation, but there is a lot of, you know, the stuff that I really liked was like, does everyone know the story about when they went to the Mexican restaurant? I think it was called the Merry Piglets or something. That was in Wyoming. And there was this strange situation where Brian stormed in and out of the restaurant, demanding to speak to the manager and saying that he wanted a refund and all of this, but I need to go and research what happened again, but I remember thinking that there was just something wrong with this story.
You weren't going to tell anybody yet.
But you do know it? Okay. But she knows it? Yeah. Okay. So let's finish this, and then we'll get into more of this. Okay. So how else can we track her? Does she have another phone, you know?
That's the only phone I've ever seen her use.
Okay, what's your phone number?
910 850 3286.
Okay. So, strap on your CSI hat. You can imagine the FBI has some pretty cool tricks and toys and everything. Is there anything you can think of that we should be doing that we're not?
Honestly, everything that I saw today was like, it threw me on a whirlwind. I didn't think all that was going to happen. So that everything that happened today, I thought you guys were like spot on.
Okay. Is there anything that a friend has said? Oh, has the FBI done this? Well, you probably didn't know the FBI was involved until an hour ago.
Yeah.
Is there any good ideas that your friends have had saying, man, I gotta try this, I gotta do this?
A lot of people have asked about Amber Alerts, but I'm not sure like why that. I'm not sure I'm sure Amber Alerts have to deal with like, all right, if you know someone has taken a kid, but the last person you saw was the mom, and you don't think everybody.
Oh my God! Listen to him. He's like, yeah, somebody suggested that we put an Amber Alert on, but I said we probably don't need one of those. If your kids are missing, you're like, we want a yellow alert, guy. We want a full yellow alert. Get the National Guard on the streets now. No, I think the Amber Alert is only if we actually know they've been taken by a suspect. And we think they might have done, but we haven't had proof. So probably don't need that Amber Alert.
Gone. Yeah, that's probably why Amber Alert's not really used in this respect.
Well, they did a press statement. So Amber Alerts are a little bit different. One thing that helps Amber Alerts is cars. When you're driving down the freeway and you say, missing person, look for this car. What car do we look for?
That's the only car she has is the one that left in the garage.
A Lexus, and that's what you drove here tonight? Yep. Okay. Do you have any other cars that you drive?
Just my work truck.
Okay. Lexus. Does Lexus is here. Okay. How could she have left the house?
Only way she could have left the house is if somebody picked her up, but it would have to have been from the back. Because it's the camera in the front where the neighbor, the way it faces the driveway, it would have picked that up.
Yeah, Chris. Someone picked her up and Shannan said, hey, just in case the neighbor's doorbell camera is on, come around the back and we'll all leave together through the back because that'll drive Chris nuts. And that'll be great because he's having an affair.
Only thing it picked up was me leaving at like 5:26.
Okay. I didn't know. Is it your camera?
It's neighbor's camera.
Oh, did he tell you?
Yeah, we were all over there watching it with the officer.
Okay. All right.
They just showed me loading up my truck.
Oh. Is it on all the time?
His camera's on all the time, yep.
Okay. And all I saw was you leaving?
Yep.
Did it show her coming home?
I didn't show her walking in, no.
Okay.
But she was in the house when I left.
Obviously.
So I was just like
I'm just trying to think. So the camera, is it possible that it doesn't catch everything? The motion detector?
From what I saw, I think like he showed me other like examples, but it was picking up like minuscule things here and there. Like it was like it didn't take much to.
Chilly tonight, Carly. Does everyone remember in the Charlie Adelson case with Daniel Rashbaum's like, and on July 14th, when you received the phone call from your mother Donna, where were you? And Charlie goes, Friday the 14th of July, I was at Skyline Chili, eating a bowl of chili. And it was just the weirdest answer. I was at Skyline Chili, eating a bowl of chili. Why couldn't he just say, I was at a restaurant, or, I was having lunch? I'm at Skyline Chili eating a bowl of chili. That I do want to put on a t-shirt. I'm writing that down on the list.
To like just get it started recording. Also, it probably is emotional.
And by the way, guys, is Skyline Chili a chain or a known restaurant, or does anyone know what that is? Is it everywhere in the States?
Yeah, start points.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, so then there's his camera, your security system.
In my doorbell camera right
Their
there.
doorbell camera.
And the only thing that was strange about mine that morning was that when I left, it said garage door 2 remained open.
When you left, were you parked in the garage when you left?
I pulled out and it said, I thought it shut.
Oh, okay.
And it said main garage door 2 open when I went back and looked at all the history. And Nicole said that it was shut when she got there.
Okay.
But it said it was, because on my notifications, it'll say something's left open, but it won't say when it's shut.
Oh, so you got a notification was open
Mm-hmm.
after when you thought you shut it?
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Thanks, I looked back and saw it shutting.
Okay. Kids, do they have any security little watches?
Mm-hmm.
You know, something they have the call room button, nothing like that?
Nothing like that yet.
No iPads?
Mm-hmm.
How old are they?
4 and 3.
Oh, they're pretty young. Okay. Anything else you can think of?
Honestly, like we've exhausted like every option, every friend that we know
Okay.
that could have helped her.
Okay. So we talked about her decompressing a few times. Where would you do that?
She would have to go to her friend's house to do that. She wouldn't just go anywhere, not with the kids.
At a hotel?
I've checked if she had any cash on her. I'm not sure like how much she would have had on her. She usually doesn't carry much cash. And the cash she had in her wallet was from Nicole the previous day.
From who?
From Nicole.
Oh, okay.
She told me that was the cash she gave her when we found her purse.
For what?
No, that was, I'm not sure. She didn't tell me.
Okay.
But that was the only cash she had in her wallet.
And is that still at the house, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. So is her license on?
Yeah.
So she's got no cash that we know of, no license, no phone. Anything about the clothes in the closet, the hamper, the drawers that makes you think she packed some boots and going to the mountains?
Like she has so many clothes in that closet. Like it'd be hard to really tell if she took a little amount. I mean, if she took a big amount, it'd be pretty obvious. But like a little amount, you would never know.
Okay.
All right, she has like say like that whole wall, and then the bottom, and then other side.
Okay.
If you take this room, it's about the size of it.
A woman with a lot of clothing? You don't say.
So Shannan's dressing closet is probably a little bit bigger than the cell that Chris will live in until he dies in prison. And he just wanted to start a new love affair. You know, they come and go, guys. Anyone who's wanting to start a new love affair and thinking about killing their wife and kids, just forget about it. You know, walk the earth. Just walk the earth and you'll find everything you want. You know, you'll find it. It doesn't matter. Don't kill your wife and kids. And this love affair, I mean, it was like a 1-month-old relationship. It probably wouldn't have lasted anyway, even if Shannan and the kids didn't exist at all. What an idiot. What an absolute fool.
No.
Okay. Shoes, anything about shoes that you think?
She has a whole shoe closet.
So there's nothing obvious that screams at you. She's preparing for this type of activity. Okay.
And the kids' clothes too. There was enough that was there that I saw missing.
Okay. So, all right. So I know it's hard to talk about. You mentioned that there was a hard conversation the two of you had about
Separation.
your marriage and separation. Now that you've had a little bit of time to think, looking back on that conversation, can you connect the dots between both of you being upset and crying, and here we are, and now she and the kids are gone? What do you think about?
I think about, like, did I cause this? Like, did I make her feel like she needed to leave? And, like, did she really feel, like, the things she was saying, did she really feel the same? Did she really feel like, all right, the disconnection? Did she really feel all that, or she's just saying it?
Oh, this is fantastic. Now, we already know that Chris has, over the course of his very short 32 years life on the outside, has developed a range of speaking styles. Okay, so if he's talking to person A, he goes to his range of speaking styles and he pulls out a bag full of certain sentences, phraseologies, and he uses that bag to communicate with person A. And then person B comes along and he goes back to the range of conversation styles and pulls out another bag. And within that bag are a different person B style, list of sentences, phraseologies, and so on. And I think the one that he's doing here is when he's speaking to his mom and dad, i.e. familial people, but in positions, hierarchical positions of, authority, respect, because he's trying to describe the emotional justification between, the reason that they broke up. And he's like, yeah, I guess it was just like falling out of love, like that spark, that spark, it wasn't there. And we tried to find it again. We looked all over the house for the spark, and behind the couch, and it wasn't there. So we decided to leave because there was no spark.
Like, maybe, like, us falling out of love, was that really registering her at that point in time, or did it register after I left to go to work? And then she's just like, I'm just gonna leave. It's like, I'm not sure, because she laid back down. She was still there when I left. But, like, maybe she sat there and thought about it, like, do I really need to stay here right now? Like, if he doesn't love me, maybe I should just go.
Can you really get into that conversation with me? And what I want to know is, you obviously have a very deep relationship with her. She's your wife, but it's going to be easy for me to listen to what was said and maybe think that there are some clues about maybe she did just lay down and cry a little bit longer and something happened to her, or maybe she did get frustrated and she left. So can we recreate that conversation?
Mm-hmm.
So tell me what happened.
So I crawled back in bed.
So sorry, let's start from, she gets home late at night.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll start from that point.
Okay. So she got home about 2 a.m.
And were you already home?
Oh, yeah, I was passed out.
Okay.
Yeah, so, like, I felt her get into bed. That was about it. About 4 a.m. That's when my alarm went off to go to work.
Okay.
That's when I got ready and everything.
So she gets in at 2, alarm goes off at 4. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you were sleeping that whole time?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So the conversation hadn't started?
No.
Okay.
So about when my alarm goes off, that's when, after I get ready for work, I go back in bed and have that conversation.
So you wake up at 4.
Mm-hmm.
At 4, then what until you start the conversation?
Get dressed, get my clothes on, brush my teeth, deodorant, all that kind of stuff.
Okay. Shower? Okay.
Shower up. Yeah, back before.
Okay. Where do you do for a living?
I work in the oil and gas.
Okay. So then it doesn't matter if you go to work without a shower. Okay.
Doesn't really matter.
All right.
It's gonna be bad anyways.
Yeah. So then you wake up, you get ready. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
You're fine.
So then what time are we talking about when you're ready to talk with it?
So
You're fine, Chris says to the cop. Yeah, I know, Chris. You know why? Because I'm leading this investigation against you, okay? So I know I'm fine. Thank you.
4:15 or so.
Okay. And so So she was asleep from the time she got in from 2 to 4, or 4:15. You wake up at 4:15, you're ready. Okay, and at 4:15, you start talking.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you talk at 4:15 in the morning?
I felt like I needed to talk to her face to face, because like,
Okay, Christina, that sounds like my absolutely worst nightmare. My absolute worst nightmare. Absolutely no. Over spaghetti with cheddar cheese. Okay, I can't even look at cheddar cheese. I do not eat cheddar cheese. Spaghetti is my least favorite kind of pasta. What a pain in the ass it is to eat. You know, don't get it. You know, I like penne or falafel or what's the very small one? It's very nice. But yeah, no. Or the three colors if you want to have fun. Pasta with three colors. Something different.
I wanted to say something. I like when she was in Arizona, like I didn't want to do it through a text. I didn't want to do it through a call. I was like, I got back in bed. I was like, I needed to talk to her about this, because she had told me like when she was going to fly back, that she wanted to get up with me so she could take a shower. She wanted to get the airport off me.
What do you mean when she got back?
When she flew back in.
From Phoenix?
Yeah.
Okay. So she told you, let's have a talk?
No, she wanted to get up with me so she could take a shower and get the airport off her, because she was like, her flight was delayed.
Oh, okay.
Her flight was supposed to get at 11, but it didn't till 11.
Okay. And so did she call you or did she text you?
I think there was a call.
Okay.
On that one.
All right. And so at 4:15, what happens?
That's when I crawled back in bed and I woke her up.
Okay.
And then I proceeded to talk to her about how I was feeling, about how I felt like what's been going on with us for the last, what she's seen in like the last 6 weeks, because she was in North Carolina and I was down there just the last week. But from what, just being apart and just like figuring out who people are. It's like the best, honestly, like the best way for people to really find out who they are is to spend time apart.
I agree.
And it's kind of just like, you need to see yourself. Well, and then on the last week, that's when I went back to normal.
Yeah, this is how Chris would speak to his parents, right? To score maturity points, because he has to do that to define himself. Yeah, so distance and spending time with yourself and finding out what you want and who you are. I won't need to hear this again. It's the biggest load of bullshit I've ever heard.
Who they are is to spend time apart.
I agree.
And it's kind of just like, for people to really find out who they are is to spend time apart.
Yeah, people that need to find out who they are, spend time apart, or spend time with your fun-loving, kinky mistress. Yeah, who likes to go to the car museum and allows you to explore your passions freely. Not only to explore them freely, but shares an interest and likes to see you explore your passions. Who shows you that when you explore your passions, they are enthusiastic to see you doing so because they have connected with you on a deeply meaningful mirror level. Okay? Well, Chris, that happens all the time. You know, get out there more. Form a group of friends. You could go to the car museum with someone you're not intimate with. Or, okay, maybe Shannan doesn't want to go and she thinks it's a waste of money and that you should do something with the girls and blah, 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 blah. Okay. Well, you were just about to have a son. You know, maybe... I'm not saying you can't take a girl to a car museum. Obviously you can. Nicole Kessinger loves it. And they probably ran into General Isom when they were there.
And it's kind of just like, you need to see yourself. Well, and then on the last week, that's when I went back to North Carolina, and I was there for the last week there.
Okay.
And when we were together, we could feel like it wasn't there, that spark. And that's kind of cliche, but that spark wasn't there anymore. And
Mrs. D, love affairs are overrated. Yeah, they are. It's like the best thing about it is the deception, and that wears off pretty quick. And then you've got a load of shit to deal with. Apparently, so I've heard.
on that night, I woke that morning, early that morning, I told her like the disconnection it's there, like it's not going away. Like the connection we had in the beginning, it's not there anymore. Like I don't feel like the love we have is there anymore. Okay. And it's just like I don't feel like, I mean, if we want to stay together for the kids, I'm not sure if that's going to work. Like bringing us what you told him. Yes. Okay. Like having another baby, bringing us into this relationship, do you think this is going to work with us being together, or separation? I think is going to be the best possible route for us. And that's when like all the crying and everything proceeded. And it was very hard just to talk about that. But I needed to do it face to face. Okay. And I needed to see her face like while I did it. I couldn't.
Yeah, styles range from robotic to super doofus, and then I think when he really has to double down, it's cranked all the way up to infinity douchebag.
Whatever, I needed to be face to face and be able to see her and know that she was going to be at least reciprocating back to me. What did she say? She said that she wanted to kind of work on it, but if that's the way I was feeling, then she respects that. Okay. And she said that most of the time when you
Yeah. Shannan took the news exactly like when we made a mistake, and I made reservations at the wrong restaurant for her birthday. She wanted to go to Skyline Chili, but I booked a table at a sushi restaurant. And when she found out, she said, "Well, I really wanted to go to Skyline Chili, but if that's your choice, I respect that. Sushi it is." Right, Chris? Yeah. That's believable, Chris. All pregnant women are like that, Chris. All pregnant women just, can take one of the most biggest life-altering, emotionally charged piece of news and just compartmentalize it as if it's some benign event. Makes absolute sense, Chris. Well, I did really want to try and work on the relationship, but if it is your decision that it's no good, then I respect that. And we will just move on. We will just move right on gracefully. Sure.
have kids and you have a relationship where people like love each other more, they fall out of love, this connection that
What's he doing now? Yeah, this is where he just goes into spaz monkey. It's like there's a relationship, fall out of love, disconnection. What are you doing, Chris? This is the FBI, okay?
having kids even brings a baby into the equation.
The agent in front of you knows more about friggin' human behavior than you know about oil rigs.
Doesn't always work as well as keeping the couple happy and the kids happy. It's like it almost is like better if two are on different sides.
Yeah, you don't want to spend your whole marriage just liking each other and faithing for the kids.
Yes, and that's one thing.
Okay. That is inaccurate. I don't
No,
know.
that's totally accurate.
Okay.
I mean, you don't want to be the people parading around with like a.
No, I definitely want to go to Cincinnati. I want to go to the Kmart at 400 Oak Street because, and it's also where bicycle cards are made and printed. And I just like the spelling, Cincinnati. But Rain Man, in the film Rain Man, Dustin Hoffman's always going on about 400 Oak Street, Cincinnati, Ohio.
Mask on when the kids are around, and then when the kids go to sleep, you just go your separate ways.
Okay.
Like that's what I don't want.
Okay.
And that's why we're talking about that separation that night.
Okay.
And that's why I got so emotional right there.
Okay. Emotional for you too.
Oh yeah, I was bawling my eyes out.
Yeah. Look. Oh yeah. Are you kidding? Emotional? You're not. You're too right. Too right. It was emotional. I was bawling my eyes out. Me, a man who works on the oil fields, just crying like a baby. So what's for dinner?
So then, as a result, how long did that conversation last?
It left. So about 4:15 when we started. We talked about the house as well.
Okay. What did you say about the house?
Like we needed to sell the house. Like there's no way. Like
His hand gestures in this interview. You know what are those common anxiety-provoking for many situations? Maybe a job interview or a first date, maybe, or maybe a training session, practical training. So I think job interview is good, and maybe first date, where you're doing something unnatural because you're touching your face or you're saying whatnot too much or something like whatnot, or you're holding your hands in a weird position, and then suddenly you become aware that you're doing it in this place because of your underlying anxiety, and you think, shit, you better stop doing that. That's really obvious that you're nervous. But then you think, oh man, if I change it now, then it'll be obvious that I'm worried about looking worried. So you end up just continuing to do the weird, unnatural thing and hoping no one will notice. If you're really lucky, the other person will mirror you.
we can stay in this house and have another kid and be able to just keep everything afloat. And she's like, well, where do you want to move to? I was like, well, we can move to Brighton. We can move. Are you familiar with the area?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. So we can move to Brighton. We can move to Vermont. We can move wherever. Somewhere that's cheaper.
Okay.
Yeah, he's only saying these places because Nicole Kessinger has said, "Oh, you want to move out? Okay, what do you want? You want like a bachelor pad? Okay, what about Brighton?" And then she's going on to all the, listings websites and saying, "Tell me, your, what do you call it? Your requirements, Ugh, she just sounded like an absolute nightmare. And that voice, I don't know what's wrong with people that have to speak like that. It's crazy. Just horrible."
And she's like, well, because she had already contacted the realtor the week before through an email to see like what she thought. And that's when like I actually contacted Ann that day, like a little like pretty much by about 8 o'clock that day.
Who's Ann?
The realtor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and asked her, like if we can get the ball rolling, like see what she thought.
So you said your wife called.
Check that out, guys. 8 o'clock in the morning, the house of the day of the murder. He contacts the real realtor to say, yeah, putting it up for sale. Won't be needing this big house anymore.
The week before to the realtor?
Emailed her.
Okay, so then this conversation early in the morning wasn't a shock to either of you or a surprise. It was the next step
Yeah.
in a long conversation you have to have leading up to. Okay.
This was not like just like way up like a Big Bang Theory type thing. It was just like, this was, that's why it was just an emotional conversation, like, because it wasn't just like come out of nowhere left field type of thing. Like, we knew like something wasn't, we knew about what we want to do with the house. We knew like what's going on with it. Like, we knew something was.
Is it accurate to say that then the time when you were away from each other, when she was in North Carolina, the time when she was in Arizona?
See, he's another one that gets the normal meaning behind things just a little bit screwed up. He's saying, yeah, this wasn't just an out of the blue thing that just came out of nowhere. We knew something wasn't right for ages. What he's, it absolutely was out of the blue as far as telling Shannan anything about it. He'd just been going along with the motions.
Maybe the two of you knew that could have been time you were talking, and so when you finally get together, it's, we can't wait another second, we're going to talk. Is that right? Okay. And tell me if I'm wrong.
No, you're right.
Okay, so then the conversation starts at 4:15. You talk about each other and your marriage. You talk about the house. And
that's when the conversation ends, and we're talking. That's what she said. She's going to take her friends, or take her and her friends to take her and the kids to her friend's house.
Who's which friend?
That's what she did not say.
That's what she did say. I'm taking the kids to a friend's house.
Yeah.
Are you sure she said that?
Yes.
You're positive?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. Now we're back to the blowing out steam.
Yeah.
Probability, which we like, right?
Yeah, that's what I like.
Okay. So let's, if we're going to play the DVR, let's rewind 5 minutes. So we're at the house. You're talking about the house. You're saying this isn't going to work with the kid. We're going to sell this house. Then how do you remember what led to her talking about the kids?
As far as like taking to her friend's house?
Yeah, like what conversation did you guys have?
Well, that's when I rolled out of bed, and that's when she pretty much told me, like, I'm taking the kids to a friend's house today, and I'll be back later.
Are you sure she said she'll be back
Yes.
later? On a scale of 1 to 10, how positive?
That's a 10.
A 10?
Yeah.
Okay. So she said, I'm going to take the kids to a friend's house, but I'll be back later. Why?
From what I just told her.
That doesn't make sense though, because
I know.
you'd be at work, why would she have to leave?
That's the thing, like, why, I'm not sure why she wanted to go somewhere.
Okay.
But that's what she wanted. Like, maybe she didn't want to be in that house after what we were just talking about.
You just talked about it, yeah. It's no longer mentally, emotionally her house then. Okay, so let's focus on, I'm going to take the kids to my friend's house. What does that mean?
Hopefully it's someone that she trusts. Hopefully it's someone that she knows pretty well, and hopefully maybe they have a kid that Bella and Celeste can play with.
But you have no idea who that would be?
Because we've exhausted all of them to make all those people.
Okay. Does that surprise you? Because I don't know your wife, but
He's still thinking.
In her wheelhouse, does that surprise
He's still thinking, like, the cops are eventually going to go, well, so you're on a scale of 1 to 10, you're a 10 that she said she was going to go to a friend's house. Well, I guess she went to a friend's house then. All right, well, you're free to go, and we'll pull all of those cadaver dogs out of your house, bring down the drones, and yeah, just send us a text when she shows up.
you that she did say that and did that?
It doesn't surprise me that she went somewhere. Like, she said could have been a play date.
Okay.
But she was very vague in the fact that she just said she was going to a friend's house.
Okay.
And didn't say who.
Okay.
That's why I texted her, like, you can tell me, like, where the kids are.
What time did you text her?
That was 7:40.
Okay. And no word from her, obviously.
No.
Okay. So then we're at.
Yeah, Albert, she was. I think she was just kind of more doing the schedule making for the oil workers at the Anadarko. That's Chris's oil company, Anadarko. I think that's it. Yeah, so she does have a degree in like some rock-based science. And on the subject of rock, Chris and Shannan, their first date or their second date was to a Kid Rock concert. I was coming up driving today, and that song came on. It's great. I hadn't heard it in years. You know, what is it? Get in the pit and try to love someone. Yeah, it's a mover. It's a mover.
I think I'm going to take the kids. I'm going to go to a friend's house. You sure she didn't say I'm going to take them somewhere to a hotel or to a...
Oh, no.
You're positive she said to a friend's house. And not just someone's house, but a friend's house.
Yeah, because like if it was a hotel, I would have definitely asked the question like, "Why are you going to a hotel?"
Yeah. Okay.
That wouldn't. Yeah.
Where can we look to find friends that you might not know about?
Honestly, Facebook's the only place.
Facebook?
Because that's the one she frequents.
Okay.
That's the only place.
What's her Facebook account? Or her username?
It's a Shannan.
Just regular Shannan?
Well, they have access on her phone.
SHANN.
ANN.
And so they can, I think they can log into the phone, right? I think they're in her phone, right?
Oh yeah, they can just go hit the icon and it's right there.
So it's right there, they
They
can
can do
get
whatever they want.
and they can, okay. All right.
It doesn't take much. It's always logged in.
Okay. Doesn't she do something online? Doesn't she have an online presence or something?
It's with Thrive, the direct sales business.
Isn't that like her job?
Yeah.
So it's called what?
Thrive. Yeah. The company's called The Bell, but the company's called The Bell.
Lavelle?
Yeah. LE-BEL.
LE-BEL. Okay.
Yeah, but the product's called Thrive.
Okay. What is it?
Does everybody know why the band 10cc is called 10cc?
It's a probiotics, prebiotics, vitamins and minerals.
Okay.
It's all plant-based stuff. It's works very well.
Dietary, supplementary. Okay. And what does she do for that?
She's a promoter.
Okay. Sales?
Yes.
Okay. Is this I think I've heard of Thrive. Is this like you try to sell it personally to people you know? Okay, so she doesn't have a storefront that she works at?
No, it's all cloud-based.
Okay, home-based. She doesn't work from home.
I can work anywhere.
And so where would be a list of contacts at Thrive that we could go start talking to people?
Oh, we've already gave them all to them. Like everybody that she contacts through Thrive, they have them in that phone.
Have that?
Yep.
In that phone?
Mm-hmm.
Through what? An app?
No, just like all.
No one knows? I'm surprised. This is an amazing like pub quiz question. Why is the band 10cc called 10cc? What is the relevance?
All the people that she contacts throughout the day.
Okay.
Like from Addie and Sam and they're all in there.
Addie and Sam, who are they?
Okay, nobody knows. Okay, only I know. It's the standard amount of ejaculate from a regular adult male. There you go.
Addie Maloney's one of her leaders back east.
Okay.
Sam Paisley, another leader.
Someone who's supporting her sales.
Yeah.
What about people who, because she's in sales, what about customers she tries to reach out to, she doesn't even know? How does she do that?
Messenger.
You message strangers?
Yeah, won't feel the benefit. You know, everyone goes on and on about Dreadlock Holiday, but that is overplayed. You need to go deep into these things, guys. Won't feel the benefit. Live version. Check it out.
She either it's her Facebook page is I guess it's public.
Okay, so she has friends on Facebook that might someday think that they want Thrive.
But also that Kid Rock song was great as well. Haven't heard it in years. And it's like 25 years ago. How did that happen, huh?
Reach her. Mm-hmm. How else did she do it?
Jesus, that's an old song now. I still think of that as new music.
It's mainly just through Facebook.
through Facebook?
Yeah, like if she has any, she might do it on Instagram. Everyone's post, she'll like sync them both so that it goes to both. But
Facebook and what was it, Instagram?
yeah,
Okay, what's your Instagram username?
I have no clue.
You have no idea?
No, it might just be Shannan Thrives. Shannan with the underscore Thrives.
Yeah. So you don't do Thrive?
I do. She kind of runs it.
Okay. Do you do it separately from her then?
It's a different team, but I'm under her.
Okay.
Like I signed, it's like she signed me up under her.
Okay.
So whatever I do helps her.
Right. Okay. What else was I thinking? So let's continue with, I'm gonna go to my friend's house. Then what happens?
That's when I go downstairs, make my protein shake, get my lunch, everything ready.
Because you're not going back to bed at this point.
No,
Okay.
I gotta go to work now.
And this is somewhere near 5?
5:15.
Okay.
And then that's when I go out, get my truck, load everything in it. And 5:30, I'm for about what the neighbors think said about 5:26, I'm gone.
Okay. And she's still at the house now. Are you sure?
Yeah, because I mean, she never came back downstairs.
And explain your house being down. Do you leave through downstairs?
I'll leave, go downstairs and leave through the garage.
So then this conversation happened upstairs?
Yes.
In the master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. And you're sure she didn't come down?
Like, once I was in the garage, so I didn't see anything after that.
Did you see her car in there?
Yes.
Okay, and you left when her car was in there?
Yep.
So it's clear she's in there.
Mhm.
I'm just trying to determine if there's any other time she could have disappeared. And then, so from 5:30 then, what?
That's when I went to work.
Okay. All right.
And then 7:40 is the next time I texted her.
And why'd you text her then?
I hadn't heard from her, and I was just seeing if she knew like or just seeing where she went.
Texted Shannan, right?
Yep.
Shannan?
Yeah.
And asked if she could tell me where she was taking the kids out. Okay, so at this point, it's 2 hours later and you're thinking, I wonder where she's going.
Yeah.
Okay. And is that text on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. Then all the way, what happened between 7:40 and noon?
I was working. I was outside working.
Okay. Noon, texted Shannan to call me, and that's when we got your phone too? Okay. 12:10, doorbell visitor.
That's when Nicole was at the door, and it pinged on my phone.
Okay. What's she doing there then? Oh, then 10 minutes later, you called Nicole to see what was going on, and she told me she couldn't get a hold of Shannan either, and that her shoes were whose shoes? Shannan's shoes?
Yeah.
Were next to the door, and her car was in the garage, next to the door, inside or outside?
And so there's like a little small rectangular window next to the door.
Okay.
You can see right in there.
Does that mean anything to you that Shannan or her shoes always by the door?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you come in the house, does she usually come in the front door?
Most of it, unless she drives in.
Okay.
Then she goes into the garage.
Okay.
That was just from the previous night when she came in.
Oh, okay. So then, let's think about this for a minute. If she comes in, drives in with, what's your other car, Lexus?
Yep.
She drives in the Lexus, comes in.
She comes in the garage door that way if she's driving the garage. But since Nicole dropped her.
You see, Chris, it's bizarre, even for this highly trained FBI investigator here, because Chris is so nervous right now. He's trying to not look nervous. So he's got his knee up, he's got his hands just flapping around and then back to his face, nice little comfortable armrests, head tilted to the side. He looks like he's at a really nice, I don't know, hotel foyer bar. Could I see a cocktail menu? I'm feeling a little cheeky this afternoon, and I would like to have a Long Island iced tea. Like he's on a pleasure kick or something. I mean, but he shouldn't be looking relaxed. His family are missing. Oh, Chris. You are not a candidate for someone to get away with murder. Sorry, man.
Her off that previous night. She came from the front door.
Oh, someone else is driving. The Lexus is already there.
The Lexus already.
Okay, so then that makes sense.
Yeah.
And you see what we're trying to do? We're trying to be like, did she walk out or was she taken out, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then it makes sense that her shoes were still right there.
Mhm.
But she's obviously not wearing those shoes. Okay. All right, let's keep going. Go forward. A few more efforts by Nicole to reach her. How do you know?
Because that's when she was still at the front door, and I was
to reach her at the front door.
Yeah.
Okay. 1 p.m. I'm now on my way home to check on my family. Is that just because you're worried based on the conversation with Nicole? Had the police contact you by then?
No.
Okay. I arrived. Sorry, go ahead.
But Nicole said she was probably going to call the cops.
Okay.
Amy Albers, all the way from Maryland. That's awesome. We get another one off our map. I'm going to update it right now. So good to see you.
All right. Now, so it sounds like Nicole's pretty worried.
Mhm.
More worried than you.
Well, so I once she couldn't get anything out of her and nothing was going on in the house, I was like, all right, I gotta go home.
But it sounds like Nicole was more worried.
Yeah, because like most of like if she doesn't text me, like I understand that. Like sometimes that happens.
Okay.
But for her not to get back to her direct sales group, that was very unorthodox.
So are you from the same town as John Wilkes Booth? What is that town?
Okay. And you had a pretty tough morning with her.
Yeah.
So she's, again, decompressing.
Yeah.
So it's okay that she's not texting you maybe, but you're going to come home and check just in case.
Mm-hmm.
But Nicole's freaking out.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And I'm walking myself through this. You tell me, no, that's not what happened.
No, I mean, like, she like, for her not to.
What do most people call you? Now I'm nervous to repeat it. Do most people call you... I don't see how you could pronounce it any other way. It's just like Amy, isn't it? Amy Albers. People must call you Emai. Emily. Oh my God. Dyslexic people.
Get back to her friends.
Do not get me started.
Like that, like that's not normal because like she'll get like tons of text messages throughout the day from direct sales.
All right.
Like if she doesn't get back to me, I just assume that she's busy.
Okay. I'm now on my way home to check my family. 2 p.m. I arrive home, open the garage door. How?
I have my button.
Okay. It's in your truck?
Yeah.
Okay. And get inside the house. Shannan, Bella, and Celeste. Who are Bella and Celeste?
That's what my kids.
Okay. Oh, are not in the house. Oh, okay. Shannan's wedding ring is on her nightstand. Her phone is on the couch. Her purse is still here. The medicine for the kids is still here. The car with the car seats are still here. There is no sign of them anywhere. Shredder police officer and detectives are asking Nicole and I questions about where she could have gone or who she could be with. How did that go?
I mean, we're trying to go through from what we could gather, like where she could have gone.
Okay.
As far as like what we saw in the house, it didn't really make sense.
Okay.
So that's where just like started to look through the phone and just kind of call around. Once we found the phone and Nicole knew what the passcode was, we just kind of loaded up and see what transpired. And obviously there was like 50 something text messages that like popped through.
Okay. All right.
Because the phone was off.
Okay. What do you mean the phone was off?
It was off.
When you found it was off? Was the battery dead?
No.
Why are you making that?
I have no clue. Like, why was it off and why was it not with her?
It's weird, right? Because if you're saying that she does a ton of texting and marketing and sales and calling certain people back, okay, how would it turn off?
You'd have to turn it off.
Okay.
Because it wasn't dead. It was like 50% or so, I think.
Are you sure? Okay. And it was on the couch?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of that?
Oh, usually it's not right by her nightstand.
Okay.
That's usually where it always is.
Nightstand in the bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else about that?
No, that is weird that it was sitting like on the couch cushion, like right there.
Okay. So, can we back up a tiny bit? You come home, no one has been in the house?
No.
Okay. No one could get in the house, is that right?
Yeah, unless you had a garage door.
Okay. And that's how you got in? So at this point, you get there. Are the police there at this point?
Yes.
So you, the police, Nicole, that's it.
Her son.
her son, what's her son's name?
I think Nick. I think his name's Nick.
Nick. And so you and Nicole aren't besties per se. You and Nicole.
Oh no, like we're friends, but yeah, my wife and her are really good friends.
Okay. And so Nick, you don't spend much time with Nick?
No.
Okay. Why is Nick there?
That he was just with his mom.
Okay. Is there anything weird about Nicole and Nick?
Not that I really think of.
Do you think anything about your wife not being around has anything to do with Nicole and Nick?
I would hope not. I mean, like, Nicole is one of her good friends.
Okay.
I don't think they could have done, like, I don't think they could have done anything, like, as far as, like, helping her get out and then being so emotional when they couldn't find her. I don't think they could be capable of that.
So then they're
Hey, Spunky, you should have been here 10 minutes ago when we were discussing the name of the band 10cc.
at home. Police officers there.
Mm-hmm.
Then walk me through that.
So as we go through the house, we're
Do you
all,
immediately go through the house?
like, I open the garage door and I just go into the house. I'm looking, like, I just go in the garage door and I'm looking.
Is the police officer saying, hey, let me talk to you for a minute?
No.
No, okay.
No.
What's the vibe like?
I go up there, shake his hand, but I'm like opening the garage door at the same time.
Okay.
And then I go through and then they're waiting at the front door. I go in.
Hey, now we've got a few people in the chat. We've just crossed Maryland off our wonderful map of United States domination. How do we make that? So if anybody out there is from a state that is still currently gray, Idaho, Nevada, any of the gray states, we really want to get Kentucky. Anyone from Kentucky in the house tonight? Let us know in the comments if you're a gray state and we'll make you red for True Crime Metrix.
Open that up and then they come in.
Oh, so they didn't go in the garage door with you? Okay.
Well, they went in the garage. They didn't come in the way I did.
All right. So then everybody goes in, and then what?
I run upstairs and I look in the bedrooms.
Okay. And because that's where she would be?
That's where I would expect.
So is this a standard house, upstairs bedrooms, downstairs living area?
Yep.
Okay.
There's one office downstairs.
Okay. And then upstairs, then what?
I'm going to Bella's room, going to Celeste's room, playroom, master bedroom. I'm looking everywhere, like bathrooms, and nothing.
Okay. And then?
I found the
This is a little dry on the run up to the interview, guys. Graham Code is just setting the scene. You know, where did you go in the house when you were looking? Well, I went into the bedroom and then all the bathrooms and nothing. They vanished. They just vanished.
night, found the wedding ring right there on the night.
It's like, Chris, we have video of Shannan entering the house. We have video of the house all night and all day since she went in the house, and nothing shows her coming out the house. So unless a helicopter landed on top of your house and then she got in the helicopter and they went away like that, she left in your truck, man. I mean, how is he not getting that? How is he not getting that there's no way out of this? He's still telling himself, just be cool, just answer the questions, look concerned, and this could all go away. We could be back with Nicole in a couple of days. We could go to the car museum. We could take that trip we've been talking about. She could show me how to find myself. Blah, 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 blah.
And then,
Right then?
yeah,
Okay. Is
Nick,
that weird?
she only takes it off and she covers her hair.
Okay.
And she'd already covered her hair like the week before, so
Okay.
that was just like probably a result of her conversation.
Oh.
I would think.
Okay.
And then Nick finds her phone on the couch.
And why would he find her phone on the couch?
Yeah, Carly, I remember Michael Draco from Delaware with his Dover, Delaware cops gun. Or what did we call that new hairstyle? The double bun? The double Delaware Dover bun. Yeah, ladies, next time you go into a hair salon, just ask them to give you a double Delaware Dover bun. And when they look at you with a sort of vacant, non-understanding expression, just act like people have been wearing them for years, and you know that they're the idiots.
What's he looking for there?
No, he was looking
For
clues. Clues, just looking around too, and just happened just like to run across it right there on the couch.
Okay.
Fishing.
So you found it. It's not as though you were calling it. He just found it.
Yeah.
Okay. Then what?
Saw Nikki puts the passcode in, because it was a 4-digit passcode before, and it was a 6-digit this time. So now,
like 13119.
Yeah.
She knew her friend's passcode?
Yeah, I didn't, because it used to be 2385, but when she changed it to 6.
How did Nikki know it?
Maybe she knew it over
Hi, John. Good to see you.
the weekend, because I'd never seen his passcode on her phone.
Is that normal to you that Nicole might share her passcode with somebody?
I wouldn't think so.
Do you know her to have done that?
So I'm interested to see what people think about Nicole Kessinger. Do people really think that she was involved with the killing or the cleanup or stuff like that? I mean, to my mind, you know, she was just the other woman and thought that Chris was on the way out of his relationship. Yeah, she was aware that there was a bit of an overlap, but not in a major way. I think she thought that Chris was sleeping in the basement constantly, like separate from Shannan, which he was for the most part, but you know, I think she thought that Chris had been more upfront with Shannan about you know, the relationship ending, when Chris really hadn't had the balls to say any of that to Shannan. You know. So I think a lot of people out there think that Nicole Kessinger was around the house at the time of the when he was taking the bodies out. And you know, I heard something about her phone pinging on a tower, but I mean, why would she be there? I mean, really, what would be the advantage to anyone for her to, what, help lift the body? I just don't know what the advantage would be.
Before?
No, because she's only told me her passcode before. Like her phone's her lifeline. So.
Okay. Are she close with Nicole?
She's decently close.
How long do they know each other?
Probably at least over a year.
How did they meet?
When Shannan's mom lived here, Shannan's mom worked at she's a hairdresser, and Nikki was like one of the managers. Oh, Nicole, sorry.
Okay. And then did Shannan get her hair done there or something by Nikki?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's about 50 different Nikkis in this story. It's like everyone's called Nikki in Colorado. It's crazy.
I was just Shannon's mom and Nicole were friends, and then Shannan got Nicole into the surprise, and
Oh,
went from there.
all right. So now we're at finding the phone, Nicole unlocking the phone, then what?
Waiting for everything to load up and watching all the text messages pop up, phone calls, missed calls pop up, and go from there.
And
Albert. Shannan was strangled to death, and the girls were smothered with a blanket held over their nose and mouth by their own father. You know, apparently he killed the first one in front of the awake other kid who said, is what you did to Cece gonna happen to me? I mean, how terrifying is that? Your dad. These are 3 and 4 years old girls. You know, imagine how strong this man is compared to them. It would be like a bear. It would be like a bear just systematically ending your life with all that power. With all that power. I mean, what can you do against that? Nothing. Nothing. Terrifying. And for what, Chris? Because your other girlfriend was a little bit more experimental in bed. Is that it? Really? A little bit more frisky? Okay. Well, Jesus.
what were they?
It was just people asking like, "Are you okay? Where are you?" type things.
Okay. All right. Okay, then what?
The police officer, he looks at the phone, he just kind of looks through it just to see like if anything looks, of any of the text messages.
Mm-hmm.
And then I walk downstairs and I'm looking around down there, seeing if I see anything.
Hey, riding shotgun. I've never heard that and as any evidence. You know, they ask him that, and I believe he killed them before he put them in the oil, because if they'd have breathed the oil in, you know, that would have been clearly visible on the autopsy. Their lungs would have been full of oil, you know, and that would have been mentioned at his sentencing hearing, if that were the case, which it wasn't. So I believe he smothered them before they went in the tanks. Like that makes it any better. I know, right?
At all. I mean, nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay.
And then I think that was at 4 o'clock. That's when because the neighbor, the officer, I went over to the neighbor's house to see if he saw anything. And
Whose idea was that?
I think it was the officer.
Okay.
He just went over there. And then that's when the neighbor called him back over to show him he had some stuff from the other night.
Okay.
Just show him like whatever he had that put motion on it.
Okay. Who originally called the police?
Nicole.
Okay. And is that the time when you're telling me you're coming home and she's freaking out?
She said that she told me she was going to call the police, but I thought, okay, I'm coming home. It's like, let me look through everything. Let's see what's going on here. And on my way home, that's when she called me and said, the cops are here.
Okay. All right. Okay. Frederick police officer and detectives are asking Nicole and I questions about where she could have gone, who she could go. 4 p.m. Police check neighbor security footage and question them as well. Okay. Have we talked about that? Is that where we're okay?
That's where we're at.
Anything else about that?
No, I mean, it just shows Nicole dropping her off, but her not walking up, and it shows me loading my truck up.
Okay.
About the time I told you I left.
Okay. Officer, detective, and sergeant come by to search the house and ask some more questions. How'd that go?
They just had me sign the paperwork to search the house.
Okay.
And I just waited outside and let them
Okay.
go through the house with some missing persons warrant, I guess.
Sure. Okay. And did they find any other clues? Okay.
begin calling around to anyone I know that could know something or maybe see Shannan. Calling locals, hospitals, and hospitals as well. 7:30 p.m. Friends, Nick and Amanda come by to show support. Okay, so that became good. So 6 p.m. Begin calling around to anyone I know that could know something or maybe see Shannan. What happened there?
Same thing, like everybody that I've talked to, it's like they haven't heard from her, they haven't seen her, nothing. Called the hospital.
Who's helping you make these calls?
That's just me, just at this point, that's
Were you by yourself?
I was by myself. I'm sure Nicole and other people were doing that while they were gone.
Okay.
Because they were gone at this point.
Where did Nicole go?
Back to her house.
Back to her house.
She was there when they came back to search the house.
Nicole was?
She was parked outside.
When is this? 5 o'clock?
Yeah, she was parked outside.
Did she come in and help them?
No.
Why not?
Well, because they told me to wait outside.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Is there any weapons in your house?
No.
Okay. If we wanted to bring a lot more people with a lot more tools and tricks to your house, could we do that tonight?
It's up to you.
Okay.
I was going to say at a friend's house. I was on my way over.
It's up to you. Yeah, it's up to you. You know, when you say it's up to you, the answer is really no, but I'm worried that will sound rude. It's like if someone says, oh, do you mind if I stay for dinner? And you're thinking, oh, God, this guy wants to stay for dinner again. Third time this week. You say, oh, it's up to you. We're not having much. It's just going to be Pop-Tarts. But, yeah, I mean, if you like.
Over there. Okay, nice, but that's up to you.
You're going to say go ahead.
Christina, why don't you enlighten us? What you've got an ace up your sleeve. 6 aces. What are they?
Right house?
I was.
Okay. If we were to get into your house without you there, how would we do it?
Punch the passcode in the front, 2385.
Okay, that's the garage passcode?
No, that's the front door.
And I thought you said the latch or something preventing you from getting in.
I know, but if you don't latch it, it's...
Is that latch now?
Yeah.
Okay. We might think about that. I think it's a good idea. All right, what do you think?
I was just going to go to her friend's house because I couldn't stay there. Last night I couldn't sleep there.
What friend's house?
Nick and Amanda.
Oh, is that her friends or your friends?
They're both of our friends.
Okay.
I run with Nick.
Okay. And when you say her, is that your wife or is that Nicole's?
My wife.
Your wife's? Shannan's friends?
Yeah.
Okay. Nick and Amanda.
I think they're waiting outside right now. Actually.
Oh, are they? Were they the ones I saw on TV?
More than likely.
Okay.
One bald guy.
Young kid with the brim ball cap?
Yeah.
Colorado or something,
Yeah.
maybe?
That was Nick.
That was Nick? Okay. I thought Nick was, no, Nicole's, what's Nicole's son?
Nick.
So there's 2 Nicks now?
Yeah.
Okay, so Nicole's son is Nick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And your friend's Amanda.
All the guys are called Nick. All the girls are called Nicole. It's crazy. What is going on?
Amanda and Nick. Yeah.
Are they married?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, I should say like a Nick and Amanda Thayer. Put it that way.
Oh, okay. Oh, I know the Thayer name. They showed up at the house at some point, right?
Yep.
Oh, I knew you'd be getting upset about something tonight, Ian. Yeah, I just don't understand why anyone would choose to eat spaghetti. It's like a whole deal to eat it. You know, you got to twist the fork and, you know, put it on a spoon and like, it's just too much, you know. I'm not actually that big on pasta in general. It's just bread. You know, it's just like wet bread.
Okay. All right. Good friends.
Mm-hmm.
I no reason to worry about that.
No.
How do you and Shannan know that?
I mean, it's got to be al dente. Am I right? Am I right?
The Amanda through Thrive, or actually Amanda was at Primrose at where the kids went to school.
Okay.
She used to be director there.
Oh.
And once she did.
Look at Christina, guys, sat over there, keeping all her knowledge to herself, not sharing. Shame.
when she left at director position, when she left to go to a different school, that's when Shannan got her on Thrive and became friends, and me and Nick started running. And that's
Friends with no commercial sport. Friend to Lauren Arnold?
Yep.
Who's that?
Shannan.
Yeah, Mrs. D, spaghetti is iconic, but so is the Flatiron Building. And I don't want to cover it in marinara sauce.
And high school friends.
Okay.
Was her
How'd you find out about all this?
Facebook.
And so did you ask them who and where Shannan might be?
Oh yeah, like Shannan, Lauren and Shannan were actually supposed to meet up that day.
To do what?
Meet up at the house for this pregnancy pal thing.
At your house?
Mm-hmm.
What time?
Don't know.
Was there any communication about that?
Not to me.
How do you know?
That was the first I heard of it, because she said that they were supposed to meet up that day.
Oh, when she came over at 8,
Yeah.
she said, holy cow, we were going to meet together, something like that.
Yeah, like that. She heard about everything on Facebook about Shannan being missing, and she's like, yeah, her and I were supposed to, Lauren said her and I were supposed to meet up and do a little pregnancy pal thing.
Is Lauren pregnant?
Yes.
Okay. First kid?
Third.
Okay. And so, both third kids. So they were just going to meet up because they're expecting mothers.
Yeah, they're probably just going to just hang out and find out each other in a while.
Okay.
I ain't worried about her, though.
Okay. Who are you?
Anybody that I know right now, like, if they have not told me anything, it drives me nuts. It's driving me nuts, because, like, there's no way, like, the people that I know that have kids that could have helped her, if she's at somebody's house right now, like, they would have had to say something by now. With all this going on, there's no way they could have kept their mouth shut by now.
So then who are you worried about?
Honestly, like, I can't really say, like, if I'm worried about anybody right now as far as, like, any of her friends that I know.
Yeah.
All of them are showing, like, their deep concern about what's going on right now.
Yeah.
And I think, like, with that deep concern, that can't be faked.
Okay. So then, who are you worried about?
It has to be somebody I don't know.
Oh, this is
honestly.
good.
Okay.
The only thing
I
right
have to come back to that
somebody I don't know.
Okay. Does your gut tell you that?
See what I mean? Out of nowhere, out of absolutely nowhere, Graham Coder has just been saying, "Hey, so tell me about your book bag and so you packed your lunchbox, right? Was that the cold chicken from Sunday?" Yeah, he's just been like, "Oh, I can't even remember how many kids you have. I'm such a klutz." And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, suddenly he's got his fingers on the dial and is turning up pressure. Just beautifully done. I'm going to try and pinpoint the moment, guys.
Who are you worried about?
Who are you worried about?
Any of her friends that I know. Really say, like,
Who are you worried about?
Going on there at somebody's house, know that
It's the same question as well. He doesn't even change the question, and the pressure's up. He asks the same question. Who are you worried about?
nuts, because, like, there's no way, like, the people that I know that have kids that could have helped her, if she's at somebody's house right now, like, they would have had to say something by now. With all this going on, there's no way they could have kept their mouth shut by now.
So then who are you worried about?
Honestly, like, I can't really say, like, if I'm worried about anybody right now as far as, like, any of her friends that I know.
Yeah.
All of them are showing, like, their deep concern about what's going on right now.
Yeah.
And I think, like, with that deep concern, that can't be faked.
Okay. So then, who are you worried about?
It has to be somebody I don't know.
That question just, it's got so much to it. Who are you worried about? Well, I can't say I'm worried about anybody because all of our friends are showing their deep concern, and that can't be faked. Well, clearly, Chris, because you're not managing to fake it, are you? You have no concern, Chris. What happened to your concern, Chris? And then Graham Coder's just bringing it back. He's like, I'm not going to let you wriggle out of this. I am a boa constrictor of the police, and I am squeezing you like a rat. Who are you worried about?
Honestly, the only thing that I can think.
It had to be someone I don't know. Oh, okay, so all of a sudden we've decided that she's been kidnapped. Just out of nowhere. All this time we've been thinking that she was decompressing, right, Chris? At a play date, right, Chris? Okay, but now it has to be someone you don't know that took her and is what? Holding her, hog-tied, gagged for ransom? For you to deliver your $20 an hour from your nothing job? Okay.
Think of somebody I don't know.
Okay. Does your gut tell you that Shannan and the kids walked out, or that they were taken out?
Yesterday I would have said they walked out. Today I would have said I'm leaning the other direction.
Oh, he's leaning the other direction, folks. Yeah, little more towards the other direction. You know, he can't. He keeps saying this, and it's because he can't actually say the words that the lie implies, right? He can't say, and you would do if you were in his shoes. You'd be like, you know, at first I thought she just needed some space, but after this amount of time, the only thing that makes any sense is that she's been taken somewhere against her will and she cannot contact us. She's unable to do that. Not leaning the other direction. There's no room for ambiguity, Chris. You're in a meeting with the FBI who are looking for your missing children and pregnant wife. So whichever direction you're leaning, Chris, you know, try leaning in the direction of being helpful. That'll be a good start. Can we start there, Chris?
Friends Dave Cologne and Jeremy Lindstrom come by to show support. Who are they?
Dave Cologne, when I worked for Ford, he ran an auto body shop. He actually works for Boulder County Sheriff's Department now.
Oh, okay.
And Jeremy Lindstrom, he worked in the sales department at Ford when I was a tech, and he works at a Ford dealership now.
Okay.
And Jeremy's the daughter just watched the kids over that this past weekend too, so we know them pretty well.
Oh, what's his daughter's name?
McKenna.
Okay. Was she the one watching the kids the night before?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I saw her name in her report or something. How did that go with Dave and Jeremy?
Oh, good. They're just there to show support, just chilling in the kitchen.
Just two of them?
And then that's me. Yeah, me and them.
And Lauren and all them had gone by then?
Oh yeah, everybody else had gone by then.
Okay. When they come over to show support, what are you guys talking about?
Just talking about like what could have happened. Like, do you think she could have gone somewhere? Do you think she was actually taken? Like, just random questions like that. And then they're just talking about just other stuff to kind of get things off my head a little bit.
Okay. Okay. 10 o'clock. I lay in bed and proceed to take calls from friends and family the rest of the night. How did that go?
Just answering. Nobody can sleep as far as East Coast, anything like Addie, Sam.
Who's Addie and Sam again?
Addie, they're leaders in Thrive.
Okay.
They're people that Shannan reaches up to.
Okay. Have we talked to them?
Oh yeah, we talked to them on the phone.
You have.
I've texted them. It's all on there.
Okay. And so the real live communication sense, we couldn't find Shannan.
Yeah,
Like that. Okay. Have police talked to them?
I believe so.
Okay. Just on the phone?
Yes.
Are they in North Carolina?
No, they're like northeast.
Northeast what?
Like Baltimore.
Oh,
yeah, over there.
All right. Who else calls?
See her mom, talk to my parents, talk to my sister, texted with Kelly, that's another, she lives in New Jersey. Oh, who else? Jeremy, Dave, all those people.
Okay. All right.
Can we talk about something that's kind of hard to talk about? So when I work investigations like this, I have to keep an open mind on everything. Okay. And part of keeping an open mind is listening to you talk about your wife and your marriage. And the day she goes missing is the day that you guys have marital discord.
Just before we move into the next phase of this interview, folks, there's a link to our social network pages, accounts, whatever, that you can join. They're in the chat right now. We've got Twitter, we've got Instagram, we've got Facebook. It's going to be stuff happening there, folks. So add us, follow us, check us out. Also going to be putting the notifications for upcoming live streams on there. And Udi posted a link to our Discord, which is fantastic. And hope to see you all there. If anyone wants to support the channel to help us grow into the beautiful flower of justice that we will become, you can buy us at coffee.com on buymeacoffee.com. Link in the description. There's also super chat, super likes, super thanks, and super stickers right here on the YouTubes. Link in the description. Thanks so much, guys.
So you can understand what I'm thinking about you. Yeah. What do you think about that?
Can we talk about something that's a little hard to talk about? I should have said that right before I did my plug. Can we talk about something that's a little hard to talk about? If you'd like to support the channel.
You guys have marital discord. Okay. So you can understand what I'm thinking about you. Yeah. What do you think about that?
Makes me sick to my stomach, honestly. Like, I know, like, I've talked to a few of my friends, like, this does not look good on you. I'm like, I know. It's like if people knew that we were having marital issues, they're going to look at me, especially with the way everything looks. And it honestly just makes me sick to my stomach because this is something that I would never do. Ever. I know, like, you have to look at every vantage point. This is something I would never do to my kids or my wife at all. I'm not sure, like, what I could do, like, to make people believe that, just because if they knew we were having marital discord, they would all automatically look at me. But there's no, I would harm anybody in my family at all.
Yeah, but the thing is, Chris, that's exactly what someone would say that had murdered their whole family. This is something that I would never do. Well, okay. I believe you. But shit happens. Yeah. So I think a lot of murders happen in that way, right? They're not all long thought out, plotted vengeance motives like the Adelson case. A lot of them are just passionate, momentary slips in character and judgment. Like what happened to you, Chris. Or should we say happened to Shannan? And what have you ultimately done, Chris? You've robbed yourself of seeing anything. Any sense of pride that you're lucky enough to have in the future will be quickly diminished by your overriding sense of guilt, which is only accentuated the prouder you become. So good luck with that, Chris. Well done, Chris.
I know we were having marital discord, and we had that conversation that morning. And then she goes, we have no idea where she is or the kids.
Mary, he smothered them first.
I promise you that I had nothing to do with any of that.
Any of that? I had nothing to do with any of that. What is that?
Are you telling me the truth?
I'm sorry.
Why should I believe you?
Because I'm a very trustworthy person, and the people that do know me,
And why should I believe you? Because I'm a trustworthy person. You might as well have said just cuz.
they know how I'm a calm person. I am not an argumentative person. I am a person who is never going to be abusive or physical in any kind of relationship. I would never harm my kids. I would never harm.
Hey, where's that Christina, folks? I bet she's gone to get loads of information to punish us with. I think it was what I said about Nicole. I've upset her now. Come back, Christina.
Harm my wife. I mean, you can talk. I mean, you can talk to any of my friends, any of her friends. They know me. They know I'm a low-key guy that's quiet. I'm not about confrontation. I'm not about anything that elevates to that level. I mean, like if someone like yells at me, screams at me, I just take it and I just try to get it by the wayside and get it back to where it's just a cool conversation to where like none of that gets to that height. Because I am not that person. I've never been that person.
Okay. You can imagine it's my job. Okay. And I told you that tonight, we would talk about things and might offend you, might, you know that we have to get to the bottom of this. You know that, yeah. Okay. Would you take a polygraph? Sure. Okay. Would you take it tonight?
I know, Mary. It's weird, isn't it, when your brain starts to go, well, at least he didn't throw them into the oil tanks while they were conscious. Yes, it was the humane way to murder them by smothering them to death in front of each other. Top marks, Chris. Compassion.
That's what you want me to do. I've never done one. I don't know like what it involves, but
You know what it is?
from what I've seen, it goes on your finger.
You know what the purpose of one is?
That's for a lie detector test.
Okay. All right. Well,
Yeah, Christina, I hear you. You know, I've analysed the interview with Chris, with Nicole's dad in there, and he does talk in terms that don't seem like a confused dad. Even authoritative terms. You know, that thing about leading. He calls the cop by first name and says, "Hey, don't lead." And the cop continues, and the dad goes, "Hey, did you hear what I said? That's not the act of a timid man." And okay, you could say he doesn't give a fuck about the cop's authority if he's in there protecting his daughter. In some ways, that does put him as the highest in the room, but it is also consistent with him being of an agency that has more clout. But that doesn't necessarily correlate to Nicole having any involvement. You know, he might just be using any clout that he has as an intelligence agency official to save his daughter from, you know, the public hatred, which any good weatherman would have been able to predict. You know, so it's not really my question or point to say whether or not her dad had ties to intelligence and used those ties for some kind of special treatment. That's quite possible. But as far as her involvement in the murder and or cleanup, are people generally suspicious or speculative about that? Because I find it difficult to imagine what would be in it for her. I really don't think she was as into Chris as he was to her. And people go, oh yeah, but she was looking up wedding dresses. She was looking up wedding dresses. Well, you know, you'd be amazed what people look up. She could have been watching a TV show and saw a really nice wedding dress and just thought, wow, I wonder what that thing cost. You know, maybe she looked up a recipe for banana bread. I'm not here to defend Nicole. I can't stand her. But I just wondered what other people's positions were as to whether or not she had some involvement, because I think her disagreeable personality and accent encourage people to speculate against her. You know, I don't know.
How we do this? Let's take a little break. I'm going to come back in here because I have a lot more questions for you. Okay. I want to remind you that tonight is voluntary. Okay. I can't keep you in here. I won't keep you in here. If you want to get right up and walk out of here, you can do that. Okay. All right. Do you want to keep talking?
I mean, I can. I mean, if that's what you want, I can keep talking.
Okay. And you understand that I'm not arresting you right now. You understand that.
Yeah, Albert, that's what we were just talking about. The girlfriend, Nicole Kessinger, was interviewed. Not as a suspect, but as, you know, someone Chris was seeing as the other woman.
You can walk out of here anytime. Sure. Okay. Having said that, if you want to talk to you, I have a lot more questions for you. Good. Okay. Do you know where your wife is? No, no. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the absolute truth. Okay. Let's take a tiny break. Get some more JVs listening. No. Okay. There's some water, Gatorade actually, if you need it. I'm going to step out for a minute. I need to look over some of my notes. And come right back in here. I'm not going to be out very long, okay? Okay. All right, I'll be right back.
Wow, Christina, that's got me intrigued. You have inside knowledge. Did they not really put a monkey on the moon? Or, I mean, wow. There is only so much I can say on a public chat. Well, come to Discord. All the cool cats are on there, but there's no Christina. Link in the description, Christina. There's private messages on there. There's sections with different threads. It's fantastic. Really, Christina? Well, I'm super intrigued that that you're saying that, because I don't think of you as a nut job. You seem pretty level-headed. So yeah, very keen to understand your thought process. Honestly, I think the Nicole Kessinger element to this case is the thing that I have least investigated, because it's just so difficult for me to listen to her. You know, I just can't stand her voice. And it's not just about her voice, but the whole kind of attitude she has of life and the way of talking, and just, I really, really can't stand her. So it's kind of difficult for me to get really deep into it. But I know everything else.
We'll have everyone else. I'm just going to keep this room for a little bit longer. So just shuffle people through the other rooms.
What you're talking about, when she was looking up Shannan Watts a year prior. Yeah.
How you feeling? Look at that picture. Good.
So those shoes, even though they were winter shoes, they were.
So what are we saying her motive, Nicole's motive was? To get with this amazing, one of a kind, interesting, dynamic Chris? Why would she want to do that? Why would anyone want to do that with his protein shake?
Winter shoes.
Just have a boiled egg, man. A boiled egg and a can of tuna. That's 50 grams of protein. I really don't like chemical crap, you know? Yeah, protein shake. It's made with all of this chemical stuff. Just have an egg. Can of tuna.
Those are her boots, aren't they?
Shannon's gonna sell them off to like that Facebook marketplace and share them on the windowsill there. And when we got back from North Carolina, the FCC saw them sitting over there, and she proceeded to take them back.
Nicole changed her face writing? Well, that's probably helped her out. Yeah, I heard something about her being on Netflix or something. I thought she'd completely disappeared.
I can wear them every day since they got there. Remember, it was 100 degrees outside her life. She loved those shoes. She always loved those shoes. Bella.
Yeah, Christina, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is like, this guy, I can't imagine anyone being involved in a murder to get with this guy.
She always wore some flip flops. She always wore. She loved that dress. She loved those flip flops. She loved that dress. She likes the buttons on the back.
Is she short or something?
She left.
Tell him so. Tell me about BNC. Celeste.
Yeah, I don't like a lotus spider, but I've you know, I'm a man. I'm a heterosexual man without a husband, and that no husband that cheated on me. So it's not just limited to that group.
She's rampage. She's always the one that's gung ho. She's always the one that's just like, she's off. She's either go or sleep. She's always the one growling. She's always been, she's a tiger. Bella, she's the calm, the mothering one. She's the one that's always, you okay? You okay? Fine? Okay. She's just the sweetest little girl. She's the one that favors me more, and Celeste is the one that favors Shannan more. That's the way I look at it. You see some baby pictures of me and Bella, it's just like, oh, she's the other way around.
So when you say favored, do you look like?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't want daddy's girl.
That one is.
Yeah, that's how it works, isn't it?
Because the first one I wasn't really good at it yet. Second one I knew what I was doing, and she bonded with me right from the start.
Yeah.
I love the bit in the just after the polygraph when it finally comes out that the detectives know about Chris's other woman, Nicole Kessinger, and Chris is all like, "Yeah, I don't want to bring her into this." It's like, Chris, you've just confessed to murder. We're gonna be speaking to her. Yeah, but she's a really wonderful person. He's in there defending Nicole Kessinger. She's been through enough. She's been through enough. Look what you've done, Chris.
I remember they wore that dress. She just wore that dress not too long ago. Sounded about in the back of it so I could get her pajamas on. She's like, no, Daddy, button. I got a button. I'm gonna love those spaghetti strap dresses. She likes long dresses. She was a girly girl. Always. She just like, I always like tried to put her in a Supergirl t-shirt and she loved it every time. She always be smiling.
So if we're saying that Nicole instructed, encouraged, conspired for Chris to carry out the murders of his entire family, if we're going to be doing that, then we have to assume that Nicole is a deranged psychopath. And I've just, that's just not really occurred to me up until now. I've always thought that she's just 30-year-old kind of esoteric, annoying tomboy in a new age, very new age, passionate about nutrition. I mean, I just can't stand her. I really don't know if I'm going to be able to get through the interview, guys, with Nicole. It's just every second is just appalling nightmare of listening to her speak and the things that she speaks on. It's awful.
Mama though. Bella, you have to like really kind of like want some gum. She said you want some gum. She was looking in this picture. I think she's always just smiling on the camera.
Okay, so Christina's on to something, guys. I feel like she's playing a riddle game with us all. So maybe, God, you know what Grish would do with this, wouldn't you? He'd come on and say, "Yep, so Anadarko hired Nicole Kessinger on behalf of the Criminal Investigations Association agency to have Chris murder his family so that he could be arrested and have too much of a dangerous time in prison and then be moved to be housed in a Wisconsin prison where he could expand the oil company's interest." I mean, are you saying that there's some hidden business, some Bohemian Grove business going on that's completely nothing to do with what it seems like? Maybe. You know, I don't veto anything. I'm open to all ideas.
All right. I need your help.
I gotta find him. I gotta find Shannan. It's the picture somebody sent me, or it was side by side of Bell Celeste and Shannan. There was a post to like one of these companies.
Okay.
Also the picture of these girls.
All right. What are you thinking about anything like that?
Just how much I want to see these two girls and my wife again. Just I want them to come home.
I think Chris is trying to act tired now. So that the detective will go, "Okay, Chris, listen. Get home, get some sleep. Tomorrow, fresh day. Okay, we're going to solve this. We're going to find your family. Now, make sure you rest." Uh-oh. Where's the sound?
When children go missing in the FBI, it's a lot like you see in the movies. We like to get every single one of our recent sources. We like to call every agent and wake them up out of bed, call them back from vacation. We just really like to put a full force in. Mm-hmm. Is that something that you're comfortable supporting? Yeah. Okay. That means that I want to have as many eyes, as many hands, as many investigators, as many evidence people as we can possibly get looking at your house. Okay. Can we do that right this minute? Up to out of the way if you want.
Oh, that was so smooth, wasn't it? It was brilliantly done. I mean, I think a good lawyer would have that thrown out. I don't know. He was like, "Listen, when something like this happens, it's a lot like in the movies. We like to get every man, we like to call him back off vacation, we like to make him work late and just get everything done. Is that something you're comfortable supporting?" Oh, yeah, because there's really no other answer than yes for that, right? "No, I don't support you bringing an agent back from his vacation. He's works hard all year and you call him back? You must have reserves." No. He has to say yes, and then Graham Coder goes, "Oh, yes, and part of that would be I want as many hands, eyeballs, black lights, evidence scales, photographers, blood spatter analysis experts. You know, I want them all at your house right now. Can we do that?" "Yeah." "What just happened?" "Sign here, Chris."
That's usually best. For you, for us, for everyone.
Okay, you want me to go stay at my friend's house then?
Is that an option?
Yeah, because I'm not sure if it's still outside. I'm not sure or not. It's
All right.
probably.
Oh, I forgot to ask you about your phone.
Yeah, I don't have much to, I'd take one there anyways.
Okay. But, concrete block. So what I might do then is in, I don't know, 5-10 minutes, I might just step out for a very quick break and just say, guys, let's go in that house right now.
2385.
You did tell me that, and I did, or I did. The garage is 2385?
The front door.
The front door, 2385, and that latch or whatever is not gonna get in our way?
It should be unlatched.
Okay, good. All right.
If it is, just call me.
Now, when they go in there, I want them to run a black light over everything. I want them to collect DNA. I want them to look for hair strands and DNA samples. And I want them to look at your stuff and your wife's stuff and your children's stuff and the garage stuff and the car stuff, all of it.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any problems with that? Okay. So then I want them to do that sooner than later. I might step.
Yeah, the clock is amazing, Barbie Cat. I love the clock in this. Look what Barbie Cat says, guys. She says the clock is the real star of this interrogation. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. So loud, isn't it? Especially when Graham Coder goes out and it's just Chris looking at the pictures of his dead kids. Tick tock, tick tock. There's another good clock in the Denise Williams interrogation as well, I think.
Out here in a minute and just tell them the code and just let them know, guys, let's find how we can get these girls. Okay. Can we keep talking about some complicated things? Sure. Some things that are going to make you uncomfortable? No, that's fine. Okay. And I think you know why I have to ask them. Okay. And
Yeah, Christina, I get it. But I won't read your comment out just in case we're being watched by forces that may not like what we're talking about. But this is deep. Oh, hang on, I've got a cramp. Ow, fuck. Live cramp. Oh, I need to get up. Play the video.
hard job. It's a hard job. It is a hard job. And I'm going to ask you one thing, and you're going to give me an answer, and I'm going to ask it just a slight bit different, and you're going to give me an answer. And in about 10 iterations of this, you might get annoyed, but I do have to make sure that we understand each other. Okay, is that all right? Yeah. Okay. So we have your daughters who are missing. We have your wife who's missing. Okay. And that's the most important thing right now. Okay. Do you agree with that? Yes. Okay. So you've done very good in talking to me about this really hard conversation you guys had. Okay. Very good. That's sometimes hard. And I understand why sometimes someone in your position says, doesn't want to tell me about that. Because please go help me find my kids, and you don't need to know about my marriage argument. Okay. So I got to say, you've done very good at that. And I need you to keep doing that. So I need to ask you about.
Hang on. Just before we get to Chris's difficult questions about infidelity in the marriage, which is hilarious, especially given what we're talking about here in the chat, let's get back to Christina's messages. What are they saying? We have to be very careful, guys, because we never know who's listening. Okay, I have to be very careful with my question to you, Christina. Are you saying that Nicole Kessinger might want to do dark things because she's fucked up and twisted? Or that she's acting for the benefit of some corporation, agency, or what? Like maybe a competitor of Thrive said, this Shannan Watts needs to go. How do we get that done? And they send in this mole, this shagger, to get Chris all hooked on her sex. And then she's saying, hey, don't you think it'd be great if your family just went away? Maybe they should go away. Have they ever talked about going away? I mean, that would free us up. We could do anything we want then, Chris. All day, all night, Chris. How about it, Chris?
Your marriage and infidelity.
Sure.
Okay, tell me about it.
I have never cheated on my wife.
Okay.
And I fully suspect she's never done that to me.
Oh, okay.
Like, she's always been a trustworthy person. I've always been a trustworthy person. I fully expect if we ever thought about straying another way, that we would tell each other before it happened.
I think that sounds ridiculous.
Okay.
Because in the history of the earth, nobody ever does that.
Okay. I just, that's what I would like to think.
Okay.
I mean, I've always thought that it wasn't particularly planned. I think he felt absolutely trapped in the marriage, as in couldn't get out of the marriage without having to pay Shannan an inordinate amount of child support and alimony, and it burnt him up to know that she'd spend all that money on purple furniture. You know, and he wasn't happy with that, so he let this time of no emotional communication go on and on and on until Shannan like basically worked out that there was another woman, confronted him about it in the tough way that she would have done, said some real, went mental at Chris basically, and he just let all of the frustration of being stuck with the purple furniture out, and it came out, and before he knew it, he'd killed her. And as he was thinking what to do, he concluded that he would have to kill the kids, and that was the best way for him to get away with it, and maybe someone somewhere would buy this stupid story of she went away and never came back and just ran off with the kids. I mean, that was my general thing. But I always try and find the Occam's razor answer to these puzzles, Grish, on the other hand, will give us a huge load of evidence, compelling evidence, and I love what he does. But you could do that with anything and make a you could say a monkey killed Professor Markel and find evidence to support that and present it really thoroughly. There was an escaped gorilla from the Tallahassee Zoo who had been training with a gun. Okay, I've got to catch up with these comments, guys. Hang on.
I know mistakes happen, like, you know, yeah, but that's what in my head, that's what I would think would happen, I would hope would happen.
Okay.
But
Now, even though I think that sounds ridiculous, if I was in your shoes, I'd say the exact same thing, and I believe that, okay? But I kind of don't. And you can imagine in my job, I meet all kinds of people.
Mhm.
And you can imagine that there are people who have Saturdays with their girlfriend and Sundays with their wives,
Okay.
right? And they consider themselves to be very virtuous people, okay? So, with that in mind, I don't care if there's been anything in your relationship. I just don't. And I'm not going to tell the news, and I'm not going to tell anyone, but I do need to know. So, is there anyone that you think that maybe your wife got close with?
if she did, it was very like secret then if that was the case, because I had no inkling
No
at
idea.
all. No, it wasn't even a suspicion.
Okay, not one guy or girl.
If that was the case, I mean, I didn't have one suspicion about it. Like, if it happened, it wasn't even like, I wasn't aware.
Nothing
There was
on
no
your radar.
clue. There was no, like, you know,
So, how am I attributing too much reasoning power to this moron? I'm trying to remember what I was saying. Well, let's see.
texting with the phone like back or like, you know, I walk in, swipe type thing. I didn't really have any of that.
Okay. No perfume when she's going out with the girls.
She always sprays something
You know
on
what
us.
I mean.
Yeah, I know that.
Special perfume.
It wasn't like, you know, like that 1 in a million perfume or something like that, you know.
All right. No late nights that surprised you. Okay. Now let's talk about you.
Okay.
On your end, I gotta ask, what's your name?
I don't have another one.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Okay. Would you tell me if you did?
Yes.
Okay. So again, highly trained investigator over here, right? I see pictures of you from a few years ago,
Mm-hmm.
and I see you standing before me now. Okay. You've gotten pretty fit. Okay. You can imagine when guys start cheating or want to cheat, that's what happens.
Yes.
So tell me about it.
I did not cheat on my wife.
Okay.
Now Thrive helped me. I went from 245 pounds to
You were
about
245?
245 pounds.
And I'm great, man.
Thank you. And I'm 185, 180 right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been eating cleaner, just trying to, the last little bit. Thrive has helped me a lot, but to maintain it and try to eat cleaner has really helped me as well.
Okay. And I've got to imagine that maybe there
Yes, Amy, they already know about Nicole at this point, but they don't know who she's working for.
was a girl that inspired it.
No.
No? No. Okay. Why are you falling out of love?
After the last 5 weeks, like being by myself and being able to be myself again. I couldn't be myself around Shannan anymore.
Why not?
It was like I was walking just like, you know, like walk on eggshells type thing. It's kind of like you feel like you're always doing something that's wrong. It's like you feel like you're never like, does that make sense at all?
The timing doesn't make sense to me.
Okay. But like, it's like if you can't be yourself around your wife, who can you be yourself around?
Why couldn't you be yourself anymore?
I just felt like I'd always have to change who I was because I was always about, I mean, I was doing the laundry, I do everything. Like I do everything that I could for her, everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then like the last 5 weeks, I was just, you know, just being myself, just doing me. And I just thought to myself, like, one of my buddies, Mark, he lives out in San Diego, was like one big test that he learned, like he was divorced at one point. And he was like, so if you could picture yourself, like if you could picture your wife and she was with someone else, would you get jealous? I was like, at this point, I have to say no. And he was like, well, there's your answer. Like, if you love her, it would be a different answer.
When did you start falling out?
It wasn't in the last 5 weeks. It's been an ongoing process for probably about a year.
Why?
I just felt like everything that we had when we first started dating and met, like we met in 2010, everything, you know, your new relationship, spark, everything's hot and heavy, everything's great. Get married, everything's still great. And then like, you know, people just fall out of love. And that's where I was. Like, I just felt like over the last year, I thought that like, okay, maybe this is just like a phase. Maybe it's, you know, like just, you know, this is what happens. Like you've been with somebody so long, maybe like, you know, the spark isn't there, just reunited somehow, some way. But, you know, our conversations weren't the same. Like when we were apart, like everything was just like, you know, short, and it was just like, nothing felt right anymore. The disconnection was there, and it just never felt right anymore.
But why?
It wasn't there. Like I just didn't feel it. Like it was like I didn't have that passion anymore.
Why not?
I really couldn't. I can't tell you. Like the passion, I didn't feel it in my heart anymore. Like, I really can't like just give you a definitive answer other than that. Just like my heart wasn't.
Oh, Chris is a little frustrated now, isn't he? Graham's like playing with him here, just like a cat torturing a gerbil.
In it.
I gotta tell you, that sounds like a load of horseshit, man.
I know.
What about the girls?
Bella and Celeste are the light of my life. I'd do anything for those girls. I'd step in front of a bullet so for the trainer for those girls.
It doesn't add up to me, then why did it spark back?
The relationship between me and Shannan has nothing to do with the love I have for these girls. I mean, the love for these girls, they're the light of my life. I would do anything for them.
Mm-hmm.
But me and Shannan talked about, like, if we separated or if we stay together, like, what's best for the kids? Like, do we stay together for the kids? That, you look it up, it doesn't work that way. Like, it might cause more issues for the kids later on down the road with their psyche or personality or something. They know when they get older, they see like, oh, mom and dad don't sleep in the same room anymore, like what's going on, type thing.
Okay. If you had to guess, if you had to put your finger on it, if you had to, you know, point to two people that are hot and heavy, that have kids that they love, what happened?
I mean, you can't take the kids into the factor because like when the love you have for your kids is going to be like exponential. I mean, it'll no matter what, that will never die.
Mm-hmm.
Because those are your kids.
Mm-hmm.
That'll never die. Between you and your wife, like the love that you have for each other, like from start to finish, like from right when you started to wherever if your relationship ends, like when you're in that type of relationship, you're with somebody for that long, something happens. Like something like if it's just conversations or if it's just like, you know, I mean, it's not attractiveness at all. Like it's just a connection that isn't there. Like, you know, when you can like look at someone and or just like put your forehead to their forehead and you just like hold them and you know what each other's thinking. That's a connection. I didn't have that connection anymore.
Okay. What do I do to help you walk out of this room and not look like the person who's responsible?
You have to trust me that when I tell you that these two beautiful girls right here, I did nothing to them, and to my beautiful wife, I did nothing to her. Like, you have to trust me and believe me. Like, I know you don't know me as a person. You've known me for like 2.5, 3 hours,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know what your opinion is, but you have to realize that these two beautiful girls right here and my wife, I had nothing to do with the disappearance. Like they vanished, they were taken, someone has taken them, they're safe somewhere, we don't know. I had nothing to do with this act of like evil cruelty, whatever has happened here. Because my love for these two girls and my wife, like I don't want anything to happen to them. I've never wanted anything to happen to them. No matter if me and my wife separate or not, or divorce or anything, I never wish harm on anybody, on a human being in general. Like just seeing that picture, like I need them. I want them just to run through that front door and just grab me, or just just tackle me, knock me to the floor, bust my head up. I don't care. The amount of love I have for my family is exponential, and it's never gonna die. And I want them back. Okay. I have to have them back.
Tell me about a normal day in your house.
So like one when I'm actually home all day.
You know, let's pick a day. 2 months ago.
Let's pick a Saturday.
Let's pick a school day.
A school day. Okay. So, well, I'm usually at work.
Okay.
But so usually
On their lives and your lives.
Okay. So school day. So I'll get up about 4 o'clock. I'll go down, work out for maybe about an hour or so.
At your house?
Yeah, it's a weight bench in the basement.
Okay.
So get done with that, come back upstairs, probably about 5 o'clock. I'll eat some breakfast, make some eggs, cottage cheese or something like that. Everybody's still sleeping. I'll make the girls milk. I'll make Cece's milk. I'll bring it upstairs. Bella's usually kind of iffy on milk in the morning, so I can fill up the water bottles, put it in the refrigerator. Make sure the backpacks have change clothes, their hat, and if it's like a water day or something, make sure they have water shoes in there. Make sure they have sunscreen. Make sure that all that in their backpacks.
Change clothes for what?
In case they have an accident.
Oh, okay. Because they're little. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, not much Bella, but Celeste.
Sure.
And make sure they have their little blankies whenever they go nap. Okay. They have all that with them. I have that all laid out, and then I go to work. Mm-hmm. So the kids dictate when Shannan wakes up, and usually it's Bella. She'll come in there, lay in the bed with her, and then Celeste, she'll wake up. She'll come in and lay in the bed with her, and they'll watch cartoons for a little while at least. Mm-hmm. And by about 6:30, she'll probably be in the bathroom at this point in time while they're watching, because Celeste has her milk at that point in time when she's just chilling in the bed. Okay. Shannan's getting ready. She'd probably take a shower, put makeup on, all that kind of stuff, and then takes the kids over into their rooms, gets them dressed out of pajamas, and Bella has a school uniform. Cece didn't have one yet, so get them dressed, go downstairs, have breakfast. Cece will probably have cereal. Bella probably some like cinnamon toast. Mm-hmm. Have that. They might have a little snack on the way to school, maybe some dry cereal or something. Okay. Put them in the cars and go to school. And then they'll stay at school usually until about 4 o'clock, 4:30. I'll usually be home by then. I can go pick them up. I go in there, sign them out, get them in the car, drive back. They'll be screaming the whole way because they want mommy. Mm-hmm. That's what they do after a long day of school. Mm-hmm. And get home. Shannon will have something for the girls, eating whatever they want. It might be pizza. Sometimes they want French fries. Sometimes they want chicken nuggets. Sometimes kielbasa. Just whatever. Most of them, they have butter noodles. They love that. Okay. So wash their hands, sit them at the table, and they'll eat their dinner. Get them all washed up. Get them dried out, get some lotion, get their pajamas on, back downstairs, have a little nighttime snack. They'll take it, Cheez-Its, little wafers, something like that. And they'll sit on their little couches and they'll watch a cartoon until about 7.
Sorry, Christina, I'm not trying to get you killed. I was just reading about Boaz and Jashin. But, yeah. Yeah, I didn't know that the Rider-Waite tarot card High Priestess depicted 2 columns, B and J.
Nuts. So it seems you are suggesting that Nicole Kessinger saw the murder of the pregnant wife and 2 children to be an occultistic sacrifice for some kind of absorbance of power. I mean, that seems to be the angle you're putting out. Okay, this comment, if you know, you know. Well, I'm not sure I do or not, but I'm intrigued.
O'clock, and then between 6:30 and 7, we're giving them the medicine and any medicine they need at that point in time, if one of them has fever or whatever else. And then brush their teeth upstairs. Cece gets an overnight diaper, Bella doesn't. And read them a book. Cece usually wants the tiger book, and I read that to her. We growl at the last part. Turn the rain machines on.
Is that what you said? She's your tiger?
Yes.
Does that come by?
Yes. Okay. And turn the rain machines on. Give them both a kiss goodnight. Cece wants me to put her to bed. Bella wants Shannan to put her to bed. And close the door. Night night.
Okay. All right. Can we talk a little bit about the morning that they disappeared?
Mm-hmm.
We already talked about 4 o'clock alarm, prep until 4:15. Correct me if I'm wrong. 4:15, this challenging talk starts. You leave somewhere around 5:30ish, 5:20 something, 5:27. And then what was your day like?
So I went out to locations.
Where's that?
The oil locations.
Oh, locations. Okay.
Yeah. So I worked out on those old locations until 12:10. That's when I got the doorbell visitor notification.
What do you do out there? What do you do at work?
I'll operate the oil and gas locations we have running.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like either maintenance or just like inspections or like trying to get them running again type thing.
And are you the guy with the wrench or are you the boss?
I'm one of the field coordinators.
Okay.
So like the area we have is it's really big. So like I have me and 2 other guys are field coordinators. Then we have 2 rovers, which they go around to the area and they help other operators. And we have 6 route operators. Okay. So the field coordinators, we kind of get everybody like, all right, this is what we're going to do today type thing, and disperse type thing.
So then when you left at 5:30, which location did you go to?
So the Survey 319,
which is
the
generally
well location.
The well location?
Yeah, we have the Survey 1029.
Survey?
Yeah, it's just well names.
Survey?
Yeah.
Like SERVY?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there was the 1129, and we say the 1029 most of the day.
And so these are numbers I don't even understand.
I know there's like section number, well number type.
Okay.
That's how they name them.
Okay. So then it might be that, God forbid, 2 weeks from now, we're still looking for them. And it's going to be very important that all of this can jar your memory, right?
Yeah.
So I'm taking notes. Survey what?
So we have the 1129.
Where'd you go first?
The 319.
319. Where and what crossroads would that be?
Oh, it's out in the ranch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Survey 319. Okay.
Yeah.
How long were you at Survey 319?
Probably about an hour.
Okay. Just telling the boys what to do?
I was out there checking a line that we had leaking on Friday.
Okay. Okay, and that took about an hour?
Yep.
Then what?
Went to the 1129.
Okay. Again, is that just in the middle of the ranch?
Yeah, it's the same ranch.
Okay. Oh, so how far away?
Not far.
Walking distance?
No.
Oh,
Walking.
that's a big ranch.
Yeah, you don't drive there.
Okay. How long were you at 1129?
Probably about 20 minutes or so.
Doing what?
I was just checking, just doing an inspection over there, see if I can get the welder run again.
Okay.
This one you have to kind of run manually.
Okay. And then we're
Be 1029. We were there most of the rest of the day.
doing what?
We're trying to get a pumping unit to pump back up, and stuffing box rubbers were leaking and the rods were smoking, so we had to replace them. That's what took a very long time.
And how long we got there?
The rest until 12:10.
So 6-7 hours.
Well, yeah, like
Five,
yeah,
six, okay.
at least like 5 hours. It seemed like 5 to 10.
And what are the people with you?
Oh yeah, there's people with me. Like I gave them the names.
Okay.
There
Who's
was
the police now?
yeah, Troy McCoy, Chad McNeil, Melissa Parrish, Cody Roberts. They were all out there with me.
Okay. And you said you called home at 7:30 or so?
I texted 7:40.
Okay. And that was something like where are you?
Yeah, I couldn't go back that far on my phone to see when I called, but I did call her 2 or 3 times during that.
And why then? Was that a better part of the day for you to text?
Yeah, because like I was at that point in time, like I was actually trying to call my foreman and everything else, just to talk to him, to tell him what I found, and it kept just like it wouldn't ring out there.
What you found? What do you mean?
The line that was leaking.
Okay.
Yeah, like we had a bypass line, back pressure line that was tied to a downcomer line to an oil tank, and it was leaking on the ground.
Okay.
But like I was not getting any phone calls through, so that's why I was texting.
Okay. Okay. So let's have that hard conversation again. Okay. How old are they?
4 and 3, it'll be 5 in December.
Okay. You can imagine that every day that goes by, it's harder to find. Where we don't find your girls, it's going to get harder to find. We're going to have less clues. Things that we need to get and we need to use, the methods that we need to do to find them are going to start getting blown away by weather, getting re-recorded over themselves that the surveillance board is going to tell us. All of that is going to disappear. Okay? And that's why we're going to spend so much time today, tomorrow, as in the front as we can, right? You can also imagine that every day that goes by, we're going to be looking for the managers. Okay? And you can imagine that we're going to include you as that man. So, let's talk about that. I think that you're trying to put on a brave face because you're a man and you're a father and you're a husband. I can tell that there's just something you're not telling me. And I'm not sure what it is. I don't know why that is. I don't know why you're not telling me, but there's something that's making you a little bit uncomfortable. I just don't believe some of the things you're telling me. Okay, I just don't. Simply do not believe.
What makes you think? What have I said that makes you not believe me at all?
This just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't matter. So can we talk about 2 Chris's? Okay. 2 Chris's. Caleb, 2 Chris's. Okay. And you need to help me know which Chris I'm looking at today and which Chris you really are. So, Chris number 1 is right here, right? And
Yeah, I always thought Anna Darko sounded like a freaking major, like, just horrific biblical, I don't know, character, something like that. Anna Darko, not Anna
Darko, like Donnie Darko's sister. Is there a rabbit in this story? Maybe. But I don't know. I don't know. But sometimes when there's one weird thing, it's easier to find the next weird thing, isn't it? It's like that owl in the Dan Markel case that's everywhere. It almost seems magical, mythical, omanistic. But it appears that, it's just because there are owls in Tallahassee. And the story took place in Tallahassee. The thing about the two pillars, the two tanks, I don't know. I find it pretty easy to imagine that Chris was just, where am I going to put these fucking bodies? Oh, I'll put them in the tanks. Separate tanks. Well, two would have fit in one tank. They were enormous. But, with the stress, pressure, he probably just threw them, didn't even think about it, couldn't even remember which tank it was. I thought maybe he was planning to explode the tanks at some later stage. Quite possibly he'd intended to put Shannan in there as well. But the kids barely fit. He had to squeeze or force the bigger kid at least through the hole to where her ass got scratched, her buttocks. So he had to bury Shannan. So why not throw the kids in the hole with Shannan? Well, it wasn't a very deep hole. He's digging in the desert dirt. That's some dry, hard shit, man. And I think possibly his original plan was to put bodies in the oil tanks. Oil's flammable. Start a fire. Later, at some later stage, explode the evidence. So, anytime there's two pillars in any story, it's got some energy of the Freemasons, some energy of, what was it? Her dad being a spook. Again, I'm looking for something that gives an indication that she directly or indirectly suggested to Chris that it would be a good idea for him to kill his family. Or that she found out about it after some stage and helped him dispose of the bodies, because I haven't seen anything like that. And with the occult angle and her being a freak and Anna Darko being a satanic-like sounding name, and the pillars being symbols of what was it? Babylon. No.
whatever it was. Solomon. Yeah. I mean, we could shape a lot of things, a lot of other things to support this. But are we just shaping it or not? I don't know.
Fell out of love with his wife. Okay. Started wondering what it might be. He didn't have a wife to take care of and a girl to take care of. Spent some time alone. Liked that time alone. Came home. May or may not have had a conversation about how to get out of this marriage or how to fix it, but probably how to get out of it. Was looking at a bachelor pad in Brighton and did something terrible to his wife and kids. And that may have been an accident. And I think it was an accident.
That's not the Chris you're looking at right now. The Chris you're looking at is the man who loves these kids and loves his wife and will never, ever, ever do anything to harm them. That's the Chris you're looking at right now. The Chris you're looking at right now wants these kids and his wife back at his house right now.
Chris's big sales pitch, everybody. The Chris you're looking at right now. Can't you hear the conviction in my voice? Look how serious my eye contact is. I'm straight head on, which means truth. And I'm speaking with some force, which means truth. You see all the truth? Look at my truth.
That's the Chris you're looking at.
You're almost trying to hypnotize me. The Chris you're looking at right now wants these kids to come home. The Chris you're looking at now is truth. That's the truth you're looking at. Yeah, hope you're not working on commission, man.
Will never, ever, ever do anything to harm.
Never, ever, ever, never, ever, guys. Never.
And was looking at a bachelor pad in Brighton and did something terrible to his wife and kids. And then
I'm not saying you are saying that, Christina. Calm down. I'm saying, what did I originally say? I said, what is the feeling in the chat about Nicole Kessinger either being involved with the murder or the cleanup? Because historically, and I am open to new ways of thinking, historically, my position has been that Chris didn't premeditate the murder, fucking just handle the situation terribly until Shannan lost her rag and really gave it to Chris when she worked it out and confronted him about another woman. I mean, I can imagine Shannan not taking that well, especially with everything else that was going on with their financials, with the pregnancy, and blah, 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 blah. And his family, you know, if we go down the occult route, I think Cindy Watts deserves a day in court with that because she's a nightmare. Very, very, very bad, toxic person. Terrible. Worse than Nicole, I'd say. I'd rather have a lunch with Nicole Kessinger than fucking Cindy Watts. That's true. Really would. I mean, I wouldn't want to pay for the lunch if they're buying, you know. What was I going to say? Yeah, so questions were... Yeah, my position, which is open to change, it's not rigid, it's not set in stone, is that Chris killed her in the moment, almost without realizing what he was doing, and then thought the best way to solve it was to kill the kids as well, because he thought no one is going to believe that Shannan left without the kids, and that'll really look like I killed her. But if I kill the kids, people won't believe I killed the kids, and it'll be easier to believe that Shannan left with the kids, and they'll have sympathy for me because I'll be left without my kids. But it's all right because I'll go over there and start a relationship with my frisky mistress, and maybe have kids with her. Start a whole new family, and it'll just be like this never happened. And then, you know, the cleanup, which he did alone, he just only had one choice. His work truck was on GPS. He had to go to that site, and people go, oh yeah, but he said he phoned that colleague, and he phoned that colleague and said that he'd take the job on the Monday and he'd do it himself and didn't need help because he wanted to have the time to dispose of bodies. Premeditation. Well, you know, maybe it was premeditated, but that could have been for a million reasons. Maybe he was meeting Nicole in the sunflower field for a quick shag before work, you know. So yeah, that's basically been my position. Oh, and with her dad being CIA or whatever, well, and her deleting her messages, well, yeah, she might have been saying, oh, how's your bitch wife today? Does she fuck you better than me? Does she suck your dick better than me? You know, like all this stuff, but and didn't want the cops to see. I don't know. And the Googling Shannan years before, well, wasn't there a typo or something on the date? Like they did the date backwards. And even if she did, I don't know.
It may have been an accident. I think it was an accident.
That's not the Chris you're looking at right now. The only Chris you're looking at is the man who loves these kids and loves his wife and will never, ever, ever do anything to harm them. That's the Chris you're looking at right now. The Chris you're looking at right now wants these kids and his wife back at his house right now. That's the Chris you're looking at.
How can you say that for sure, Christina, that he was asleep, that she was asleep when he killed her? I imagined it like she flipped at him and said all this mean stuff. You know, you've never made me come, and like, I don't know, just went nuts on him.
Why didn't you call 911?
I didn't think anything was wrong.
I think you knew what was wrong.
I did not know what was wrong, sir. I promise you that.
What do you think it's going to look like when someone finds out that it was not you that called 911?
Everybody's going to have their own perception about what's going on here. But I know my wife. I know that sometimes she doesn't text me back. I know that happens. It's happened multiple times throughout many days. If she's busy with work, it doesn't happen. That's why it didn't register for me that day.
We're back to a tale of two Chris's, Chris.
Okay.
There's a Chris who cares.
I care. I promise.
Tell me about the call to your daycare.
To the Primrose, I called them to see if the girls were there. He said that
He's totally slipping. There's a tale of two Chris's. There's a tale of two Chris's, Chris. There's a Chris who cares. Oh yeah, care. I care. Yes. Good word. I forgot what it was called, but yes, caring. That's me. Caring Chris. Double C.
they weren't there.
Okay.
I told them since they weren't there, just put them back on the waiting list.
That's not what you told them.
I told them that we were going to sell the house or put it on the market, or probably won't be in the area anymore.
That's two different things, Chris.
Well, I wanted them to be back on put them on the waiting list since they weren't there.
Why weren't they there?
I don't know.
Where were they going to go?
They went to Shannan took them to a friend's house.
Why wouldn't they go to daycare?
I am not sure. Honestly, sir, I am not sure.
It's hard for me as a father to talk to you about this.
I know.
Not because it's the hardest to talk about. It's because I'm worried about your daughters under your care.
You shouldn't have to worry about them under my care. I watched them all weekend. I went to a pool party at Jeremy Lindstrom's house. It's like, I love those kids.
I'm worried about your daughters under your care. How direct is that? But it's also not direct. It's kind of indirect, but very directly indirect. Is that in the Read book? I bet it is. And then ask the suspect in a very directly indirect manner if he's a dangerous person. And if it was just the normal dad, that didn't do anything, he'd be like, "What the fuck do you just say to me? Who do you think you are? Who are you to comment on me? Now get out there and find my kids. Take me home. Give me my documents."
With all my heart. Nothing in this world would ever make me do anything to these kids or my wife.
When you walk out of this room, there's nothing I can say to a room full of police
Remember, guys, like, share, leave a comment, subscribe.
officers that's going to convince them that you have nothing to do with this. You know what they think.
I know what all that call it.
Yeah. Here's a guy who didn't call 911, who woke his wife up at a ridiculous hour because he was so guilty about something that he had to get it off his chest and say, "I don't love you anymore, I'm leaving." That didn't go well. Okay, so what happened?
She told me she wanted me to wake her up before I left. That's why I didn't just wake her up, just to tell her this. I woke her up. That's what she wanted to do, and we talked. Usually at 4 a.m., I wake up, I go down and work out. This day, I wanted to talk to her about this.
Christina says there was no sign during the investigation that she fought back against him in any way. Do you think she would let him strangle her if she was awake? No. It's like, what does Chris say? He puts words in her mouth when the detectives go up and see him, and they say, "Yeah, she was just looking at me while I was strangling her." And the detectives are like, "And what do you think she was thinking, Chris?" And Chris, who has had a religious conversion in jail, apparently, he's carrying around a Bible everywhere he goes. He's going to get his macaroni and cheese with his Bible. Okay. Yeah, he says, "Oh, she was probably thinking, God forgive him. He knows not what he does." Okay, Chris. That's probably exactly what she was thinking, Chris, as you were choking the life out of her and your unborn son in one. Yeah, I don't know, Christina. I just always imagined it like that it was an argument, and she doesn't have to lie down and take it. He's a fairly big guy. I mean, he could wrap his arms around her fingers, nails, restrain her fingernails and strangle her at the same time. I mean, I don't know. I don't think any of us can say for sure, can we?
I love these girls. I love these girls so much. And this picture right here, Celeste and Bella, those are my life. I helped make those kids. There's nothing in my life that means more to me than these kids. Nothing. Kids, that's your life. That's your lifeline. That's everything.
Okay, so I thought Shannan's phone was her lifeline. Again, he's with these linguistic little quips, guys. He's just like, yeah, lifeline. Oh, that's her lifeline. Your kids is your lifeline. Kids, spouse, home, job, lifeline.
Like you make kids, they come first before anything. Kids, spouse, family. That's what it's always been.
Nothing you've told me tonight makes sense. Nothing you've told me tonight feels like the truth.
Yeah, that's right, isn't it? That's the thing. That's the best advice for everybody. Is if it doesn't feel like the truth, yeah, that's it.
Can we start over?
Sure.
I think that
When you make kids, when you make noodle soup with kids,
there's something that happened that got maybe a little out of control.
There was no fight. There was nothing physical. It was a conversation. We didn't raise our voice. Nothing. I promise you that. So there was nothing physical with this conversation.
What was the last thing you saw about your daughters?
Last thing I saw, like when I left,
What did it look like?
saw them in the monitor as it was switching back and forth.
What's the last thing you saw with your wife?
She was laying back in bed as I was walking out the bedroom door.
Okay. When we finally got who took him, what do you think we should do?
Honestly, like they're gonna come home safe, correct? When you find the guy.
Yeah. Many 1,000 thank yous to our special guest speaker tonight, folks, Christina Nutbar. Yeah, she's just stopped off on her merry way back to the institution, where she will be taken very good care of by professional medical staff.
When we find the guy, they're gonna come.
life in prison would be that's what I would think with 2 kids that are involved.
What if you hurt them?
I'm not sure if like that penalty is even used in Colorado.
Oh, we missed it. We missed the best bit. Friggin' 4-hour video. We missed the best bit. We've got to go back for that. Was it? When we find this guy, when we find the guy that did this, wherever he might be, what do you think we should do?
What if you hurt them?
Yeah. They're gonna come home safe, correct?
When we find the guy who took him, what do you think we should do?
Honestly, like they're gonna come home safe, correct?
How would he know that, Chris? This is a heavy-duty investigation, Chris. No one knows where they are, Chris, apart from maybe you.
When you find the guy.
When we find the guy, they're gonna come.
And Boaz.
Life in prison would be that's what I
Life in prison? Question mark? Would that be enough? Or maybe we could just, tell him off really loudly in front of a crowd.
that's what I would think with 2 kids that are involved.
What if you hurt them?
I'm not sure if like that penalty is even
He almost said it. He was like, the death pal, the death pal, the death pal.
What if you hurt them?
I'm not sure if like that penalty is even used in Colorado. I'm not even sure what is the death penalty. I mean, like if these kids are not alive, like there's nothing you could do to cope with that, to make me cope with that, if those kids are not okay.
All right. What was your plan after you guys separated?
Try to get an apartment.
Nearby?
Oh, we just go our separate ways. Like I would probably get an apartment. She would try to sell the house first, of course, before we can do anything with that.
Mhm.
And hopefully, like try to get an apartment somewhat close.
Okay.
So that like it's a 50-50 thing, like because I was gonna go on an 8 and 6 schedule in September,
Okay.
and then I'd have 6 days off, and it would be perfect to not have kids for.
Ryan B, those kids is wild. Yeah, and the other one he says is that wife. Those kids and that wife.
Half, and she'd have half, and that would work.
Smart. Tonight's been pretty intense, I can imagine. How are you feeling?
I've slept like 2 hours last night, so I'm like running on empty right now. But
I can see it. So why don't we do this? I'm sure you don't mind if we take a break for the night. I'm sure that you are feeling some of the pressure from me. Okay.
you're doing your job.
I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't grill you a little bit, right?
I seem to tell 2 different guys. Like, honestly, like I seem like we were smiling.
Chris is like, oh yeah, oh is that we're back to normal now? Is pressure off? Graham's so cool. I mean, that's such a great tactic. Obviously, you are feeling some of the pressure from me. Yeah, a little. But now it's done? Because obviously you know it wasn't me, right? It's just part of your job, right?
I understand. I'm thankful for the pressure you've been putting on me.
It's different. Yeah. I can do your job though. Like I can't fault you for anything you've asked.
So can I make a commitment to you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to commit to you that we're not going to stop working until we find them.
Okay.
Okay. And I want to commit to you that there is going to come a time when you're going to feel this pressure from other people. I'm not the only one who thinks that there's a possibility you have something to do with this.
Like another FBI agent, like pressure, or like just like
Everyone.
okay,
Everyone, Chris.
okay.
Have you ever watched the news and said 2 girls and a pregnant woman go missing? Okay, if that's all you heard, what do you think the public thinks? Husband. Okay. So I'm going to make a commitment to you. Okay. I'm going to commit to you that I'm going to be your guy. Okay. I'm going to be your guy to handle the investigation. Okay. And I'm going to be your guy that you can come to. Okay. Because I hope that you realize I'm a nice guy. Tonight we had to talk about some tough things, but I hope that you know that I did it respectfully. I think that you can see that. And so as we go on through tonight, the hours, the days, and I hope we don't get to hours or days. I hope it's minutes, right? Until this is over.
Yes.
But just in case it's not, I want you to know that I wanted to be in this room tonight. I wanted to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay. And I hope that you want to talk to me. Okay. When you have questions, when you have concerns,
Albert says, did anyone bring up the possibility of his wife having a lover? Well, there was no evidence of that. You know, there was thousands of texts between her, Shannan, and all her girlfriends, and there was no evidence of that. And there probably would have been.
I want you to call the detective that you work with, and I want you to call me. Okay? I want you to know that if you have a question, if you think we're not doing something enough or well enough, I want you to say, I gotta call Graham. I gotta call Dave.
Okay.
Okay. When you need to have a night to yell at somebody and maybe have a good cry, I want you to call me.
Sure.
Okay. I can't imagine what you're going through. I just can't.
Today's been the whirlwind from like yesterday I thought she was just at somebody's house, and today with the drones, the police, and the news, I look like a scene out of a movie.
That's too much. That's too much for one person to handle.
My dad's finding tomorrow.
Good. Okay. So your dad, who else you have?
Nick and Amanda, Dave, Jeremy.
Okay. Now, you only know me for 3 hours, but I want to be part of that team.
Okay.
Okay? I want to be part of the team that helps you, and I want you to be part of my team.
Okay.
Okay? Tonight, when you go home, one of 2 things is going to happen. You're going to pass out because you're so tired. Okay? And that's probably not going to be what happens. Your head's going to go race. Okay? So tonight, when you lay down and your head starts racing, there's going to be things that come to your mind. Okay? This always happens. Always. It's very natural. You're going to say, I wonder why he asked me that. Okay? You're going to say, screw him. How dare he accuse me? Okay? You're going to say, I wonder if they thought of this. Okay? And then you're going to say, I probably should have told him something, or this or that. Okay? Those are the most common things. When those thoughts come to your head, I want you to call me. I want you to call Dave. Okay? It's fair for your mind to race, so I want you to call me. Okay? You need a lifeline. You need someone you can call. I want to be that guy. All right? And I want you to know that if I didn't accuse you a little bit, you'd probably wonder if I was good at my job.
One of my buddies, he is straight with me. He was like, dude,
Hey, Leah. Yeah, we're still on. We're about wrapping it up. We might as well get through the rest of this video. There's only 10 minutes left. It's 4:10 in the morning. Ugh.
no veil, like none of this looks good. So it's like he's like, I'm not gonna accuse anybody, but like I'm not gonna be like, he has his wife and their friends. He's like, they won't talk to you right now.
Yeah.
I'm like,
So we had this Chris, right? Okay, let's talk about the other Chris. This is right here, okay? I can see that you're a good man, right? You don't have beautiful daughters with good clothing that look well fed, right? Children that are unhappy don't smile like this, okay? And those are beautiful kids. Those kids have a good dad, and I know it.
Let's just say the picture of on my phone.
Yeah.
It's a better one, but it's just, I'll start to.
Those kids have a good dad. Good dad that feeds them and loves them. I was very impressed when I asked you how their day was about how involved you are. Okay.
See this on the weekend.
A lot of dads don't get second pairs of clothes and cook eggs and give them snacks at night. You know, a lot of men, that's woman for it, right?
I like to get involved.
But you're not that kind of guy. Okay. So, Chris, can you just look at me for 1 second? If there is something that happened, it's okay. It really is.
Okay.
If something that happened with these girls, if there was an accident, if there's something you're afraid to tell me, it's okay.
Okay.
If there's something that happened with your wife, it's okay. Okay. You can always tell me. And if you want to talk 15 minutes after you leave, I'll answer the phone. If you want to talk in the middle of the morning, I'll answer the phone.
Oh, thanks so much, Leah. That's kind of you. But you've only just got here. What are you paying for? We'll put it in the stack.
Okay. What I want to happen is, if that's what happened, if there was something that got out of hand, if there's something you know, I want you to go home and I want you to know that I'm the guy you can talk to, okay, who's not going to judge you. I have kids. Sometimes I joke with my wife, I just need 2 weeks alone, you know? Like when you told me about your 4 to 5 weeks alone, I was like, wow, that sounds like a slice of heaven, right? Sometimes it's a bit much.
Don't worry, Albert. We've still got 3 or 4 hours to sleep. It's not much, is it? But we'll get there. We'll get there.
Okay. So let's do this. I mean, we're going to take a little break.
1 p.m., Keith. You got to be down under, right?
I'm going to help organize the search at your house tonight.
Okay.
Okay. I still want to do that.
Okay. I was just gonna go to my friend's house and stay out of the way.
Okay. Now,
Hopefully they
now
still awake.
I can't tell you that we have to do it. Okay.
If like you said, it rained tonight.
Yeah.
Like hard. Like it blew 4 trash cans in my yard.
Let's get on it, right?
Like it's whatever's there is there, and I want it found.
I want to do that. I want to talk to you again tomorrow. Okay. I want you to get a good night's sleep and a good breakfast.
What was
and a
that?
good workout.
What was that? So not only has the news crew been round, the FBI, the drones, the cadaver dogs, everything like that, thousands of cops in his house at once. His friends are all going, what have you done? Not only all that to deal with on no sleep, but then the wind blows 4 trash cans over in his yard. That's the final straw, man. Is that what he said?
Like hard. Like it blew. I'm awake at my friend's house and stay out of the way.
Okay. Now,
Hopefully they still awake.
I can't tell you that we have to do it. Okay.
If like you said, it rained tonight.
Yeah.
Like hard. Like it blew 4 trash cans in my yard.
Let's get on it, right?
Like it's whatever's there.
Hey, Christina, what's the biblical reference of 4 trash cans blowing over in your yard? I think I remember a chapter from Romans.
It's there, and I want it found.
I want to do that. I want to talk to you again tomorrow. Okay.
I want you to get a good night's sleep and a good breakfast and a good workout, whatever you gotta do, whatever your morning routine is.
My dad flies in the morning about like 8 or 9.
Okay.
So
What time should we plan on doing that?
can I get him back home first and then come here?
Of course.
Okay.
And listen, of course, take your time, get settled in. So what time is he flying?
He should be here around 8 or 9.
You're 9?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's been flying from North Carolina.
Here's what I would love to have happen. He's flying in 8 or 9. You gotta go get him. You gotta get him back. He's gonna wanna know everything.
Yeah.
Okay, he's your dad. Okay,
He's called me like 10 times today.
it's gonna take forever. And he's gonna have questions and comments and concerns, okay? I would love for you and me as a team to talk tomorrow, to do a polygraph tomorrow, and move past all of it. Okay, move past me wondering about Chris, me about wondering which Chris I'm talking to. I want to move past it. I just want to get it behind us. Okay, and then our talks are going to be a lot more comfortable than they were tonight. So can we say that tomorrow at 11 o'clock?
Sure.
We can do a polygraph?
Sure.
Okay, and there might be little tweaks. It might be at a different office or this. We're not going to.
Actually, Tuesdays we won't be on. It's the new schedule, guys, is Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. That means Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday, no stream. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to stick to that. You know, I like doing daily streams, but not this long. This is long.
All right, rock your world too much. We know what you're going through. Okay. I want to get that done. I want to just move past it.
Okay.
Okay. Could we do that?
Yeah.
11 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me?
No, like I have your phone number.
Yeah.
So that like if his flight does get delayed, I can call you.
Yeah. You have Dave's, right?
Yes.
Yeah, sing it, John. John Duncan knows the words.
So you base that up here?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
You know that's a 24-hour number, okay?
Okay.
Let's make that happen tomorrow. Okay. One of the things that makes us wonder about which Chris you can is when you don't answer the phone. Okay. So if I call you, I get it. You're on the phone. You're with your dad. You're in the drive-through. You know, whatever. I get it. Okay. If you go a whole day without calling me back,
Oh no, that's not gonna happen.
can we promise each other we'll answer the phone?
Yeah, like I'm not going a day. Like if I'm with my dad or like I have other calls coming in, like I'm getting back to you.
Okay.
There's no
Okay. Your dad's coming tomorrow. Were you guys planning on staying here?
Oh yeah, like he's gonna stay at my house. Like
Okay.
that was the thing. Like I don't want to be in that house by myself.
Okay.
That's why I'm staying with my friends tonight.
Okay.
Because I can't be
All right.
in that house again. Like,
Have you already packed for your friends tonight?
I got it in my car.
Okay.
I was actually about almost there when he was calling me. I was like, yeah, I'll turn around.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I was like, I'd rather.
It was a joke, Christina. I don't know anything about Romans. The only Bible verse I can recite is Ezekiel 25:17, but that's the version from Pulp Fiction.
Get this rolling right here.
Sorry. All right. I hope you realize I'm someone that you can call and trust. And again, I put the screws to you, but that's because I need to.
I know.
Okay. You did a really good job tonight. Okay. Do you have any questions for me?
No, just
Okay.
we gotta find these two and my wife. I'll show you the other picture on my phone.
Okay. Let me go see.
She's done.
Yeah. Let me go see where they are with the phone.
Okay.
And then we're gonna, if you're gonna go to your friend's house, then we might not include you very much at the house, at your house.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna try to leave.
Nah, Ian, I had to eat a fucking McDonald's tonight. Everything was closed, and that was the only place I could get something to eat, which I hate doing.
Be alone for the night, but if we get somewhere, if we
I would rather eat spaghetti than a fucking McDonald's.
can't get in the house, if we find something we gotta talk to you about tonight,
I'll have my
and I
ring
can't
out.
wait,
I'll never call you again. Okay. All right. Anything else?
Just try to find them.
Oh, okay. I know. I appreciate you coming in tonight. All right. Good to see you. Talk to you.
It's aggregator right now.
Yeah, well, I only know this because it's always been the same thing. You get the quarter pounder with cheese. It's very simple. I don't understand these grown men that get excited about the new fucking seasonal promotional menus going, oh, what's this? What's this? Texas barbecue? Okay, no. Quarter pounder with cheese. That's it. Save your story of creation, please. And it is actually called a Royale with cheese here, so there you go.
How you feeling?
Okay,
Thanks for letting us use your phone.
no problem.
So we're trying to figure this out without sending you home with a bunch of questions, right? We'd like to be able to tell you this is our plan for tomorrow. So far it looks like some of the things we need to do at your house are better at night and some are better in the morning. So we're going to probably split the difference and start very early in the morning. Now, between now and very early is probably about 3-4 hours, right?
Okay.
Is it possible for you to not go home during that time to your house?
Okay.
Can you go straight to your friends?
I'm gonna show my friends right here.
Okay. And then when you go straight to your friend's house, is it okay to ask that you don't go back to your house?
You just call me and give me a word.
Okay. All right.
Safe.
Okay. So we'd like to be able to, I don't want to do 2 searches at your house because that will say to the public, oh boy, FBI is really interested in him. And then it's going to be a storm coming at you that we don't want. Okay. So we'll do that. We're going to send you home, go to your friend's house, get a good night's sleep, pick up your dad at 8 or 9.
Yeah. Just I'll have to verify with you either like 5.
Amazing sales tactics from Graham Coder. I mean, you could put any decent FBI agent on a sales floor and they'd fill the book in an hour, man. I don't want to do multiple searches at your house because that all says to the public, whoa, baby, the FBI is real interested in him. So what we're going to do is just one really big search. And we're going to be starting this at 2 in the morning when we know you're going to be asleep because it's 11 now and you're going to be here at 9 for your lie detector test. Okay? So we know you want to get some sleep. And are you going straight to your friends right now? Because they're probably going to go to bed soon, right? So is it okay that you don't go back to your house? And is it okay if you don't go back to your house at all before we get in and search with a really big search? Because we don't want to do 2, because that all says to your neighbors, whoa, baby, the FBI is real interested in him. Chris is just like, let me out of the room. Here's the keys.
Eastern time?
You already have the ticket?
Yeah.
Do you know when he's flying in, like what he's flying in on or the company or?
I told him to go to United Airlines. It was cheaper, but I'm not sure because the price kept changing on him.
He bought his ticket?
Yeah.
Okay, what's his name?
Ronnie Watts.
Ronnie Watts, okay. So we'll send you to your friend's house. You know, again, I can't tell you, you cannot go in your house, but I'd like you to not go in your house. If you can do that. And then we'll start early in the morning. I'll check in with you at around 8 or 9.
Okay.
You'll probably be on your way to the airport if not already there. And then after that, can you just come straight here?
Yeah.
Let's talk, let's get everything out of the way, let's get done with your search, and then we're just gonna, send you on your way, and we'll be back to this Chris, the good Chris, right?
Okay.
I'm sorry you have to go through all this.
It's part of the process. Okay. So you guys can stay in the house overnight, or?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure. But actually, yes.
Okay.
There will be someone at your house.
Okay.
There will be a patrol officer in the front and in the back. And then, yeah, they're going to make sure. Well, and the reason is we don't want anyone else going to your house either.
Okay.
Some nosy reporters, some nosy neighbors.
The reporters will be there because they're just cycling in and doing some spots here.
Right. Yeah. So, but we also want to make sure that they're not sticking a camera in your window and, you know, doing some sort of weird piece about your house and your home. And so, yeah, we'll make sure that no one else gets in there. And if you do need to go to your house, don't go without telling us.
Oh, no, yeah.
You don't want to get pig piled by a bunch of patrol officers. Does that all sound good? Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Give me 2 more minutes and then we'll walk out.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, do your girls travel with headphones?
They had them on the first trip there, but I hadn't seen them wear them on the back.
What do they look like?
Like little unicorn type things.
Over the ear?
Yeah, they kind of slide over.
Okay. Were they like colorful?
The gray and pink, I think.
Do they ever take them shopping or anything?
No.
No.
That's the only time they ever used them.
Oh, okay. So if your wife was gonna like walk around with them, she would be holding them with headphones?
No, because they just strap over and then have a little plug.
Okay. Is your family lactose intolerant?
No.
Do you ever buy lactose intolerant milk?
Just 2%.
Just 2% regular stuff? Okay. All right. We're just exploring. You can imagine 1,000 people are calling in right now. So we're just narrowing stuff down. Okay. Give me 2 more minutes. All right.
Hey Chris, thanks for coming in. Yep. So we've been doing some other things while you were here. We've had people calling in and stuff like that. So there's a sighting at Walmart. One of your kiddos, is Bella the oldest?
Yes.
She have long hair?
Well, if you let the curls down.
How long?
So the curls would probably come like right here.
Okay. So this is a picture from Chile.
There is no sighting at Walmart. They're already looking for the bodies. They just want to look at his reaction.
You see that?
Yeah, it's just the hair color looks a little off.
I mean, look how long that braid is. Is that right?
Yeah.
Does that look right?
No, that braid's too long.
Is that like your wife?
Hair's too long.
Okay.
I'll start that too. So.
Okay. Yeah, the hair looks a little too long.
Try it, buddy.
Okay.
Yeah, try it.
Very angled.
That would be she in the back though. That was her.
Yeah.
That's where she would sit?
Yep.
Yeah.
Chilling.
Bella ruling the roost up there?
Yes. Most times there's something in there, yeah.
Okay.
Make it Bella really. That's the picture I was trying to look. Yeah.
And this is CC, right?
Yep.
That's Bella.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's on the 4th of July.
I know, it's like watching a genius operate in his most natural habitat, where everything goes his way. Every move is calculated 9, 10, 11 steps ahead. Every permeation of every detail is planned, thought out, strategized, and actuated.
Yeah, this is not much different, but it's got a lot longer hair.
Yeah.
Not her.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, we're ready.
Do I have to take this or no? This is.
Please leave all that.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you get your dad tomorrow, just come on in. He's gonna have a bunch of questions. I'll talk to everyone. Bring him in. Let's talk.
I'll bring him here.
Yeah. Okay. You can drop my word. Okay. But I don't want to hear it. He does for it'll like okay. I'll go to
O Star Channel está imbatível.
Well, that was that, folks. I wonder where Chris is going now. Nick and Amanda's. I wonder how comfortable they are with that arrangement. Oh, you gonna fold the bed out? You want to stay again? Okay.
Well, there's some cold pasta in the refrigerator, Chris. Please don't touch the microwave, Chris. He's a smooth operator. Smooth operator. Yeah, so all you crazy kids. All you crazy kids with your crazy theories. We are done with Chris's interview from day 2 of this Shabanaza. And tomorrow, or maybe Wednesday, if we stick to our schedule, we don't know. Yeah, well, we'll see, John. I don't know. I need to try and remember if I have a life outside of this. You know, I'm not sure I do anymore. But I should probably check. I owe it to myself to check, right? So yeah, I don't know. Our schedule is supposed to be quality over quantity, right? And the idea was to do 4 a week with a strict, stringent policy on Sundays, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. But I might not be able to resist. So I don't know when I'll see you next. But I guess it's going to be the polygraph with Tammy Lee. Maybe going to do a bit of a skip through some of that one. There's great questions, great content. It's sort of a second interview, and the actual polygraph portion is really short. But it also does lead us through to the confession, or halfway confession, of Chris Watts, where he reveals that he killed his people. Well, actually, he sticks to Shannan killed the girls for as long as he can. Which is bullshit, but yeah, I guess that's the logical place this channel goes next. Anyway, guys, thank you all. Thank you for the support. If anyone out there wants to make a last-minute purchase of coffee for our coffee kit, you can find a link to buymeacoffee.com in the description for the video, where you can buy us at coffee.com. Also, super thanks, super chat, super like, super sticker. It's all there. And socials, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. What? Do these things exist? Of course they do. In the description. So, if anyone actually still uses all that shit, add us up on there. Check it out. What is it? I don't know. Polygraph me, polygraph. You come and do polygraph to come on do polygraph. Okay. Yeah, well, just as soon as we can. Just as soon as we can. Lotus Spider, 7. Luna Sparkles. That's a nice name. Yeah, I don't know, Leah. Maybe yes, maybe no. J. Slater case, cat lady. Which one's that? I don't think I know that one. I know a lot of cases, but sometimes things slip through the cracks, you know. I've been amazed how many people haven't really heard much or watched much of Chris Watts. I thought that was like, you know, something that everyone
watched because of the sheer quality of the investigation. Amazing work from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, the Federal Bureau of the FBI, and the Frederick Police Department. Incredible amount of body camera footage that we released. I mean, do you remember when this came out for the diehard fans? It was every day there'd be like more clips, more body cam footage. It was like we were walking along the investigation with the cops in real time. It was fantastic. And I think the reason that they did that was just they wanted to say, hey, look at the great job we did in Frederick, Colorado. And they did. Case done in 2 days, 3 days. Arrest, bodies found, 3 days. Sort it out. Get it done. Anyway, that's almost 5 hours tonight, guys. I don't think I should do videos this long. It's I don't think it's really good for anybody. We should have a 3-hour cap. Aim for 2, but probably go to 3 and not 5. 5 is too much. That's crazy. I mean, I don't mind, but I think, you know, longer term, you know, it's just, people come on and chat for the live because there's loads of stuff going on, but, you know, I mean, I watch 5-hour videos sometimes, a lot. Okay, I'm going to go, guys. Thank you. Be kind to each other. Don't be an Edelson. And see you later. See you soon.